So there's the computer employee exemption, so there's, I think, 5 total, if you wanna.
Right, and any of those.
If you fit in any of them, you're an exempt employee. So there's executive, administrative, professional, computer employee, outside sales, highly compensated, blue collar, police, fire, paramedic, and other first responders. So, and this is from the Department of Labor, wage and hour division.
So, actually, prior to this February 1st of 18 deal, was that an exempt position?
I don't know the history. It went from exempt to non-exempt back to exempt.
For the zoning administrator? That, I don't know. I don't know what that history is. I know that, like when I first started here as a division head, I was specifically made for non-exempt. John, my information, I think by virtue of, at the time, CC became the department head, so that's when that zoning administrator position became exempt. Now that that position is not, oh geez, I'm gonna shoot Bob. You know, by virtue of that position being department head and zoning administrator, it made the zoning administrator position exempt. Now, should it go back to being non-exempt because it's no longer combined zoning administrator and department?
And Ashley, would you, for everybody's sake, explain the difference, Chris?
So non-exempt employees are eligible to earn overtime or comp time. Exempt employees are not.
And it sounds like, I mean, it really becomes an equity question, you know, are positions like that across the board, all non-exempt or exempt? I mean, that's really the root of the question we're asking.
So division heads within HHS are exempt employees.
Yeah, the 7 managers that I have under me as the department head are exempt.
And I believe in the sheriff's office, I believe the chief deputy and the jail captain are exempt as well.
And then what about like foreman?
The foreman, the operations manager, and the commissioner.
Any way to know, any way to look up if this was changed? Why would that happen here?
It's a Microsoft program that we can fish out that kind of stuff. And we can probably go back, 'cause in the minutes they go down and they, you know, you can put in there, that Nick, and it'll come up with everything then.
This is for a conservationist position. It was our packet.
Yeah, that was an example of a division head in that department. They had decided at that time, whatever date that was, they had decided that no, that should be a non-exempt position.
I think we got a way to look it up, we should look it up and find out why it can't go. Well, I think Dick got it right, due to the fact that at that point in time, it was both the department head and the conservationist, which now it's.
Which is, the way it is right now is, as county conservationist, I'm the division head of land and water, but I'm also the department head. Yeah, I absolutely should be exempt, I don't argue that at all. It's the division heads under me, whether or not those should be exempt or not. And I guess I'm trying to make the case that they should maybe be non-exempt. Based on precedent.
been doing since then.
What's the position considered?
What do you mean?
I mean, I guess I need to see a description for the position also. Is it considered that they're department head,
Not a department head, but a division head.
division head? Okay, so that would fall underneath what we have going on already in other
Right.
divisions, correct?
So we've
Jamie just
got
said?
Ashley Nelson, we've got Chris Soltis, we've got Kathy Walters, yes. I would say yes.
I think like from my understanding is like, if you have supervisory duties over any employees, if you have the responsibility of
If you're,
maintaining the operations and, you know, if one of your employees were to, you know, go on leave or terminate, who's taking on the ultimate responsibility for those job duties, who's,
you have independence over your workday, what you can kind of set your schedule for what you wanna do during the day.
This position is what now? September.
It is exempt now.
Do you think they could wait?
Is that-
They don't want to get it checked out.
Yeah, I didn't, it's not, force anything, it's just,
Okay.
clarification, I just wanna, you know, do it right.
But we're gonna, I mean, if we're gonna, by the sounds of it, we're gonna change one, we're gonna have to change the others.
Well, yeah.
But I think what Jim is getting at is that if one division head gets to earn overtime now, we're gonna open floodgates.
That is currently happening though, which is what Nick has already told you. In our division, one is getting overtime and one is not in the same department. We are both division heads under
Division
Nick,
head.
and we are being treated differently.
Who's the other division head?
It's all.
That's Sitzel?
Yes. Employees, all right.
So maybe that's the conversation then.
Yeah, that's whatever.
No, that's the extra job description.
Well, you're not
You
gonna,
know how long ago that probably was?
but conservationist here, I mean, at this time, at the time of this, what was a conservationist considered? This one here that got changed, one reason for an example here. Was it a forestry tech?
No,
Was it the department head?
no, that was in zoning.
I could give you the history, Jim, if you're interested.
Yeah, go for it.
When they combined land information, land conservation and zoning, then they made Cece the department head for all three divisions. And then John Corral and John Fitzel and myself were division leads under her as the department head. And they looked at John Corral's job and said he should be hourly the same as I was and John Fitzel was. And then Nick was hired hourly, so it was when we became a combined office. Prior to that, the conservationist had been salary and a department head. But when they combined it, they wanted to go down to one department head.
Yeah.
The others is like this, it's prospects. Is it just this one department, or we got other departments that are?
as far as I'm aware,
I think it's just this one department.
So basically what you're saying is John Fitzel's position is an outlier to how everything else is.
As far as I know, I don't know all the other positions and what their status is.
Or part of the formula?
It's
factored
into
into JDQ.
Yes.
Because the, expectation with exempt employees is that you're likely working more than 38.7 hours, right?
I don't want you to watch.
This example we got is what it is, and there ain't, we don't know none of the reasoning behind it. Other than, just explain.
Sure, not so sure if you looked it up, you would find it, what you're looking for.
No. That's very true too. You tell, you couldn't do anything. If this is the holding one situation again, who knows what this is going on.
I mean, I review payroll every, I'm just looking through the departments and it's the only, I mean, yeah. Mike Zimmer.
Oh, cause he oversees.
Cause he oversees Parks and Rec.
And I guess then we would have our maintenance, manager too.
But does Mike directly oversee, cause we hired a forestry tech, not a, parks
With the
assistant.
interns.
I don't know if the,
Ross and Devin wouldn't allow interns as,
I was gonna say, I don't know if the interns would actually count, cause
yeah,
they're
it has to be a consistent.
short term, yeah. So that would actually leave Mike out of it.
Yes.
Yeah,
Agreed.
so we're back to this one.
It seems like this is a bigger issue than just one position. So we should make a motion to hold on till next month and look at the exempt status of division heads rather than just one position, cause make sure we're doing everybody the same.
So what would you like us to do in the meeting? What specific?
Kind of what we're doing now, go through and then, I guess, determine who we think should be on that list, who shouldn't be on that list based on criteria that we got here from, what was it, FLS?
I agree with that.
And then, I mean, I think we should follow like that.
To me, nothing for, about the information here, make a decision.
So if there's any outliers in the next month, discussed outliers. There's more than 4 pieces, cause then if we change one that was non-exempt, that might have factored into their Carl's and Devin, so imagine this could be going down to Carl's and Devin, and they might get a pay raise other, who knows what, how that.
Not so sure you need that emotion of Jonathan.
Wait till next month.
Yeah.
I think put that in there.
With this discussion we had, yeah. Anybody else got any, Jim, or you?
No, I think we need to look at it some more because we're gonna go down this road, there's gonna be, we're gonna have to decide which way we're gonna go, left or right.
Oh, it might be decided for us too.
But there might be whatever direction too, that are classified law. They have to look at all these administrative type.
Any which way you put it, I think the federal guidelines is the road we gotta be on. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it might make somebody happy, might make somebody unhappy, but the law is the law, and it should have been followed up until now.
Maybe it was, who knows?
Well, yeah, maybe it's changed, and I don't know.
Okay, with that, Dick?
Yeah, thanks for taking a look at it.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Jacobs,
Good afternoon, everyone.
under 5 minutes today?
But I got like 9 things. I just used all 45 minutes on one item. I think what was included in your packet is a substance abuse prevention and resource specialist. This has been something that our department has been working on for a fair amount of time. This is not an all-inclusive job description, partially because of JDQ, wage, benefit package, all of that kind of stuff, determination of part-time versus full-time. However, the importance is earliest of intervention discussion. We've been around a fair amount of programming that includes Escape the Fatal Vision, the Hidden in Plain Sight, the National Night Out, taking a look at the school prevention programs and determining the most appropriate way to handle that. We constantly now contract with folks to provide early intervention in our community. I think it's really an important step to utilize our OWI surcharge dollars, our opioid settlement allocations, as well as our substance abuse block grant dollars and any supplemental dollars to really start moving towards creating a position. So the first thing I did is I followed the rules, generally speaking, and I went to my committee and we approved this job description. In the meantime, actually Heath, I believe, was at a conference of some style and found other variations of what they might be doing in jailhouses for transitioning folks out of jail into the community and helping them be successful. This job description specifically is trying to address the earliest intervention types of activities. Our jail population is very important, and transitioning them out is even more important. This is taking a look at early intervention in our, not only our schoolhouses, but in our community with all the other programs that we have. So what I envision in the fiscal impact would be this, and Jamie, I would bank on her being the voice on my shoulder that gives me some rational thinking, is, I feel like this is a less than CCS, CLTS graded position on a JDQ. However, that's gonna be like that $20 to $23 an hour position with a full benefit package. And so you're looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of $80,000, $85,000 total that you're looking at for a fiscal impact. I think the key here is that we will have funding from at least 4 different sources to maintain this program and provide a good sustainability effort with it.
How does what you're proposing for a wage compare to what we're paying for contract services now?
So we're only doing a portion under contract services. So to answer the question, it's hard to compare it. We utilize substance abuse block grant dollars solely to about the tune of $10,000 for the year for a contracted provider to go into the Flambeau School District and the OLS School District, 5th grade, and provide some type of intervention service through a program called Project Alert. And that is an AODA evidence-based program to specifically highlight many aspects of substance abuse. And that's a state, the state approves that evidence-based practice to use those dollars for, because we have to check those boxes. And so $10,000 worth of service with a provider to go in to capture a portion of our districts, okay? Versus a prevention specialist, which we would have them serve the 4 corners of the county. And that's pie in the sky thinking, because you still have to get the school districts to allow you to come in and provide that service, okay? Thoughts around some of those things, I don't wanna get too deep in the weeds, but there's some evidence-based practice around Botman life skills which you can start in like second and third grade, and there's curriculum that builds every year right up on through ninth grade. And so, in a perfect world, I'd love to do that. Start in second grade with a curriculum, and then those third graders, when second graders become third graders, they hit the third grade curriculum, and it keeps growing with them. And so that, again, captures all substance abuse, tobacco cessation, we're talking about OWI, involvement, and all of those types of things that have an impact on our community. So, again, this is something we've talked about in our department for a long time. We historically relied on just finding somebody in the community as a provider to get into our school districts and get into our four corners of the county, and it's becoming more and more difficult. We don't have our own internal staff to do this at this point in time. There's prevention specialist certification that we would go after for a person, so that they would be an evidence-based practice certified prevention specialist, and go that route. So this is a big deal. This is a big deal. There's a lot of work yet to do on it. However, my committee, my board approved the job description. I still would want to tweak this based on some things that Ms. Heath brought to my attention, and I would come back to you. But I just wanted to start the conversation at this point in time with you guys as a personnel committee. What questions do you have? Because that doesn't count towards my time.
Is there, okay, you're talking about the one grant, Jeremy, is there others that would pile into that too?
One of the things that we look at is, just the existing dollars that we have right now. We have a lot of OWI surcharge allocations, and I can go into that, but that'll take up some time. Anytime somebody gets an OWI in Rusk County and they pay their surcharge fees associated with a conviction, 50.3% of that money stays in the county. And so that money is then earmarked to our 5142 board, which is our department that is responsible for doing something with that for prevention or treatment. The opioid surcharge dollars is gonna be about $300 and some thousand, give or take. We're not quite done. There's other vendors that are coming in with funds, but there's a fair amount of money there, which is all earmarked for opioid settlement allocations. Our OWI surcharge dollars, Rusk County gets $30,407 a year. That is specific. 20% of that has to be spent toward primary prevention, which I'm talking about. And then we also are constantly made aware of supplemental alcohol and other drug addiction dollars that are out there as well. So there's sustainability here, and then in addition, we'd ask this person to examine what other grants potentially would be out there for sustainability.
I guess I'll just get blunt about it. Well, what are you looking at levy-wise?
I'm hoping nothing. I'm hoping absolutely zero levy dollars. I generally come to new position creation without having to rely on levy dollars. I'll say that levy dollars is a backup, okay? But I cannot pitch a proposal to you without showing sustainability. There's no way that I can just come down here and say, well, let's see if we can do it with these dollars today, and then next year I gotta come back and say, hey, I need 50 grand from you in levy. That's not responsible. My responsibility is to say, I've got 4 pots of money right now that have nothing to do with levy dollars. And so if this is a half-time position, we can stretch it further. But when we start with a half-time position, we're gonna have full-time work in a heartbeat. Because we're talking about prevention of our kiddos and our population in our county, which is very important. And we've been doing it very sporadically. This would be comprehensive. Lots of work here. I'll come back yet and to finance, because part of the process is to come back to finance with how am I gonna pay for it? What are the nuts and bolts specifically of, this is the wage, here's the JDQ, this is how we determine the wage, here's a solidified job description, this is what we're asking this person to do. Where are they gonna be housed? I don't have any space left. I'm on the verge of being transient as the human services director because there's no space. And so we've got, I've got some logistical issues of where this position would be housed. but we'd hope that this person would be out and about in the community, doing their business. So again, this was kind of just not necessarily looking for you to prove anything today. This was just I wanna come down and get your take on it, so I can go back to the drawing board a little bit, ask you any questions that you have, if there's any holes in the job description that you see that there, and I wanna continue to plan with this. This is very important. I think this can be a very functional and important job in our system.
You've got listed part-time, do you expect it to go full-time fairly soon or not?
So I put that, if you're looking at the top section,
Yes.
where it says all that, those are just reminders, cause I'm old, for me, okay? Is that those are other things that are kind of to be determined, is that if we go with a 20-hour position, you don't offer any benefit package, so then I'm putting a recruitment out there for somebody that might say, you know what, this sounds like a good idea, but I need health insurance, or I need X, Y, Z. In a lot of the other counties, this is a $25 an hour job, okay? I gotta determine if I can support $25 an hour with the funding streams that we have, so that we don't have to do that.
In your best, guess is the only word I can come up with. No, not for what I'm gonna ask, Bob. How much better off are the population to have this person in-house versus contracted?
That's a great question. This is something to think about. Instead of banking on somebody else to do this position the way they feel it is, we can direct the work within the scope of the allocations that we have available to us. And so that person being in-house with a supervisor in either children and family services or adult services can direct the work of this person, so that we can continue to establish those relationships in the schoolhouse, because right now we're in 2 of 4 schoolhouses. And it's just not effective. And it's not because of anything that the provider is doing wrong, it's just, that's a provider versus a person maybe from Human Services or like RCYC, Rusk County Youth Council, or RRYP, with Rich Gauger in the youth program. Is we can come up with a much better product, I believe, that's consistent, that we know is going to be around, so that we can establish those relationships.
Do you see a difference? I know you said if you had this position, you could do more than the school, but do you see a difference between the schools that you have versus the schools you don't have them? Like, are you seeing, measurable results or measurable results?
I think there's apprehension on the schools that we're not in, that having to carve out time for like a Botman life skills is very difficult. So they have benchmarks that they need to meet. And if we ask for their health class to allow us to come in, like 2 times a month to do this class for a semester, that's sometimes problematic for them. The schoolhouses that I mentioned, they've already made that leap and they said, this is important, come on in.
I guess my question, are you seeing results in the school that you're doing this compared to the other schools?
It's been somewhat not measured because of providers that are being used. However, they're significantly battling, like vaping is one, and we haven't had a specific curriculum portion for vaping. And so it's hard to measure that. But that's exactly the data that we would wanna have, is, are we making a difference? How do you know if you're doing the right thing and capturing the right thing? That's where I think that's part of the data collection prevention specialist. It's a good question. With any evidence-based program, you have a data collection and then you have analysis, because you have to know what you're doing. If you're having any impact on the target population, and that's a funding stream, generally our substance abuse block grant dollars, you have to have that component built in. And it's hard to measure. It's hard to gather data, especially from kiddos. because you can get something that doesn't answer, you gotta give me tools and, answer for you.
Well, it's all good. Maybe 10, 20 years down the road before you see the real results.
That's what was just going through my head. I wonder, your major results don't come as young adults and not so much as still school age, whether high school or middle school, and when the truth of reality hits is you're more a young adult, more on your own, and more of your results wouldn't show there, but I guess I don't know how to answer that either.
That's that measurement of how long are you gonna measure that in, what circumstances are you gonna use? We had a dip in OWI for a little while, and it's like, well, why did that happen? Well, maybe it was because the penalties were stiff enough, maybe it was a bunch of contributing factors, you know, we just don't know without doing significant data dig on that.
Any other questions for Jeremy on this one?
I think he's on the right track.
He's got more work to do.
Cause I mean, when it comes to the opioid, where are we at on that? I don't remember, but when's that coming in? And-
We've got, about, is it 80,000? It's over it.
I was gonna say it's close to 100,000. And there's new developments with that, is the Wisconsin Counties Association has a call every Monday morning, and they talk about the opioid.
76.
The settlement dollars, there's different, distributors that are making those payments depending on what you did in reference to accepting the payments versus lump sum. And so there's additional folks that have to pay money, that we're gonna see some additional dollars that weren't a part of that first package. And so I think, I may have misquoted the number, but I think the total on the original distribution, I thought was like 287 or something like that.
Yeah, but I think it's gone up, cause there's been more up and down and.
I thought like 350 to 400 was kind of like a ballpark guesstimation, but I don't pin on those numbers. But those were, I think that was the discussion lately.
The sounds of it, and you're just looking at this, Jeremy, it's gonna somewhat be similar to their program back in the day, or,
Yeah, so,
I mean, a more revised.
yeah, so one of the other, components within the county that we support is the EDGE program with the Sheriff's Department. So currently Birdsville goes out in 5th grade to all of the school districts and serves the 5th grade population. And so we try to support those with our substance abuse block grant dollars. That's a primary prevention effort. That replaced the DARE for us locally. So Bert goes out and does all of the curriculum. I think he's got a 13 sequence curriculum that he does, meets with them once a week for 13 weeks, give or take. And that's the program. We try to support that portion of the evidence-based program to bring that awareness to the 5th grade kids. What we're finding, we probably need to be in 3rd grade and 2nd grade, is that those kids, by the time they're in 5th grade, they're explaining things to Bert that he's like, hey, wait, I'm gonna teach you about that in week 3. And they're like, well, my brother comes home and he vapes, and my parents don't have any idea what that is, okay? Or I've been exposed to drinking alcohol, or smoking marijuana, or opioids, or stealing my grandma and grandpa's pills from my buddy down the street. And so the kids are way advanced to when we're catching them. So when we talk about earliest intervention, we want to get earlier with appropriate curriculum. And that's the hard part, it's not.
That's good.
Thank you for listening. I'll be back.
You got one more on the list here, so.
So, the second thing is, again, all of these things following the procedure and process go through my Human Services Board. We had a continued discussion about recruitment and retention of employees and all those types of things. And I talked with the department heads and kind of had a discussion about what are some fees or certifications or licensures that our staff are enduring from a fiscal standpoint that could be potentially paid for by the county because of their employment, okay? So I have a list here of, I believe there's 8 folks currently within our Human Services Department that every 2 years, they pay a certification fee through the Department of Safety and Professional Services. And you can see that every 2 years, it's a total of about $500. So I have 2 asks today for your consideration. One is that we would include anybody that has a license or certification that the county within our budget, within each department budget, would assume that $499.54.
Jeremy, hold that thought just a second. Ashley or Jamie, would that have been considered in the Carlson Detman study? The fact that they had to purchase a license to hold their job?
If the education is required, I think that part of it was included, but as far as the actual cost of who pays for the licensure would not.
And that is right where I was going, is in reference to these licensures, the folks that have like social work certification are paid at a higher rate on the Carlson Detman determination. They are a certified social worker. They receive an increased wage over somebody that is a social service worker. The RNs and the LPN, same thing. With the LPN, they are able to do and hold the position that they have, but it's not necessarily a requirement, okay? So that's one downside of this ask is anybody up here, their job is not, this licensure is not necessarily a requirement for them to do the job. It's a best practice in the state of Wisconsin for our social workers to be certified social workers. However, it's not necessarily a requirement because we have social service workers. Those folks wouldn't be on this list because there's no certification. So what I did then is I talked to a couple of the department heads, and here's the responses I got. Of course, Tom Hall gave me a rendition that took like a couple hours to talk about. But it was super good. There's county-based, county-paid fees associated with EMT and medical responders and all those types of things, and you can see that here. The the classes and the time that it takes are sometimes paid for, sometimes not paid for, and the fees associated with the programs are. Nick did a nice job. He was very apologetic for the late response. It was like one day.
Jeremy,
When he sent it. Can I make that bigger?
Yeah, please.
Certainly. Just gonna put it,
It's not working there, dude.
probably a little bit, does that help a little bit?
So,
Okay, sorry about that. And then from the treasurer's standpoint, they just said that they did not feel that they had anything. Those were the 3 responses that I got from the department heads. Other folks had called me and just said, hey, we don't have any of that. And so really, in our department, we're the only ones that necessarily have a majority of that other than Tom's folks, just because it's a little more specific to emergency response. So that's one portion of my ask. The other portion is, it takes us back to the union days. Way back in the day, we used to have an educational stipend of $500 a semester, up to $2,000 total, where if you were pursuing education or some kind of education within your field, that a person could apply and I think come back to Human Services Board and then Personnel and/or Finance to obtain a stipend. And I would be interested in that. Some of the department heads said that would be a good way to support the staff and invest in your future. And so, as a second portion of the ask, I have 2 folks in our department out of our 30-some employees that have noted some interest in this when they were asked by their manager. 2 components within there though is only for associated scope of work, further education, so within your current scope of your work type of thing. Or it was to be considered if, say I wanted to start working at the highway shop. Scott would never hire me, but say I wanted to go work at the highway shop and I need a CDL. Okay? And maybe I would come on back and I would say, hey, I wanna obtain a CDL because I think I could become a good highway employee. And so, you know, would that be considered eligible for this type of? Again, recruitment and retention is my intent here, and investing in our existing workforce.
It crossed my mind, we were talking about that, CDL is mandatory too, you don't have a choice there.
How much of this would you be able to absorb in your budget?
These fees
Yes.
are $499.54 every 2 years. So that's not even gonna, within the Children and Family Services budget, it'll be absorbed. Everything has a trickle down with levy, okay? This would be able to be absorbed, not specifically to say that that's levy. However, on the education side, there's a sense that once that's out there and people examine it and people examine how it could fit their scenario, $2,000 over the course of a couple year process, that's a little more steep. That's again, we would have to examine how exactly we would absorb that within our budget, but we would budget for that.
That stipend, that's for hours paid to train, or is that just reimbursement?
Tuition reimbursement, that's what we're doing. Tom's example of, and he can clarify because he's sitting in the room, is that there's a lot more classroom, which would be considered like education. It's time sitting in a classroom, would be about the same, is that there's, you know, EMT original training is, you know, $1,400, that's paid, not the time to take the class, just the fees. And so you're talking about the curriculum that's purchased, the person is on their own to get there. We would not be paying people their hourly rate for the county, they would just get the education fees, consistent with current practice.
So I guess, Jeremy, the fees you have up there, is that something that personnel needs to approve, or is this more finance?
I'm following the chain of command, Mr. Meyer. My committee approved this.
Send it here.
I come then to personnel because it is a personnel issue, and I would go on to finance and or county board if that's needed. This does have a budget impact. It's $500. $500 is a lot of money every 2 years, so it does have it's a budget impact.
Well, in my opinion, which I'm thinking you're probably gonna say the same, you've got two different issues up there. I don't think you can lump them together due to the fact that if we're gonna go down the stipend road, we probably need to look at it maybe for the whole county. And develop a policy if that's what we would choose to do, to make it streamlined and simplified.
And I think it's the same over here too, is you might have folks that did not think about the fact that, hey, I pay for something every few years or whatever, and all of a sudden that crops up, now somebody else has got it. One thing we examined when we were talking about this is we pay a lot of association fees. We have folks that are associated with a lot of things, like public health has a couple different departments that they're a part of throughout the state and nationally. And as a result, we pay those fees as an agency because we get benefit from that, we get resource from that. This is separate, this is their certification.
Jim, I do question, and not that I'm against it, Jeremy, don't get me wrong, but I'm thinking we probably got other departments that fall under this. Zoning, I'm thinking would be one, I don't know. Am I right, Nick, there?
Yeah.
And how often is your licensing and stuff come up?
Annual?
Every 4 years, I have 3 different licenses in zoning that come up every 4 years.
Okay.
What does that run you about?
Those are all covered by the county,
Okay.
because like my soil tester, I'm not allowed to do soil testing because it'd be a conflict, so, those are always covered by the county. Health inspector, you wouldn't need to do that unless you work for a county, so those are always have been paid by the county.
There may not be as many as we think that aren't already being taken care of by the county.
Is that specific to you, Yvonne?
Yes, myself, and then if anybody else has a health inspector or,
Every time I've come here, there's always a trickle down. We all know that, this is a slippery slope with the rest of the county employees. And again, recruitment and retention is what I'm looking at.
Do we just cover CDL training or?
No.
No, what, how is it separated?
Well, it's automatically separated right there. I mean, we're paying for licensing that these folks gotta maintain
Yeah.
every 2 years.
You know, the CDL might fall under, I mean, if you already had someone working at, say, within the county, that wanted, or at the highway that would like to get their CDL to advance themselves in that department, then that $500 per semester, but if they complete it in one semester, then we'd have to figure out a way to word that, so chances are, a lot of those CDL depends upon where they're at in their, what they need for schooling would be done within a semester.
So, along the same lines as we have four social service workers that at any time could choose to take the 5 classes and do the short internship through the Department of Safety and Professional Services to make themselves eligible to write the test to become a social worker. That would trickle down to they would get paid more once they get that certification because they would change classes. And they would have a fee here essentially, and they could use the money to offset some of the cost of that education. All that does is benefit them within my department. So, anyway, for consideration, you don't have to make a decision today, you know, it's just something that we've continued to have a conversation about, and I selfishly feel that it's important to assist with recruitment and retention. Wanna hang on to the folks we got?
It almost seems like if we're gonna make a policy, maybe it should just be, like you said, a more broader policy regarding certifications for their particular job, somehow to word it so that we can cover the whole county if there's things we're not paying for already.
Well, Jim, I guess, you know, when I hauled milk, I had to have a CDL, right, the truck. But I also had to pay, I forget what the hell it was now, $67, I think, every 2 years for a weigher sampler's license. To me, that weigher sampler's license is specific to that job, such as what you're talking about here. The CDL, to me, that's not so specific to that job, because I can use that whether I was hauling milk, whether I crawled in a dump truck, whether I crawled in an 18-wheeler, it made no difference. But that in particular, like these social worker licenses and that, there was specific to that job.
Where most companies now, if you have a CDL, for example, say you need admit card update. Whereas I know the majority of employers take care of that.
I don't
Pay
know if
for your
the social
physical,
worker
things
license
like
would
that.
benefit them in another job too.
Sure, but.
Part of our additional discussion here was, okay, so if I'm looking through the job listings and I see a whole bunch of CDL required jobs, it's my responsibility to get a CDL to make myself eligible for that position. I can't go in and apply and say, hey, are you gonna pay for my CDL? You could. But I'm gonna say, hey, I don't meet the minimum qualifications without getting that CDL. Now, once I'm in there, if there's any continued education for CDL driving, this is what we're talking about. There's additional benefit, because now I have that, I went and got that. Now because I'm working in that environment, we're offering just an additional incentive.
Jamie, where I was going with that is actually no, because that license makes him a social worker. CDL goes anywhere from driving a pickup pulling a gooseneck trailer to an 18-wheeler going across country. You know, you could be hauling any number of 1,000 different things, where this is still specific to one job, this license is.
If you're like certification, moonlight somewhere, and, hospital.
Well, and I guess I'm not talking about moonlight, that ain't, you know,
Doing cross country, that's where the med card is up there.
right.
So, again, for consideration, I think I could probably do some legwork about, from a policy standpoint, of language. I go back, because I've been around here a fair amount of time, I participated in and benefited from the $500 a semester. And at that time, it was pretty specific to our union contract. So I know there's probably language somewhere that talked about what the parameters were. I don't know if we burned all those documents or not, but, I think they may have used to be in the basement or something, but there's probably somebody that has
They're in the small conference room in the file.
So there might be, something somewhere that, an old union contract that I could say, hey, that's what that language said. And I can remember the treasurer cutting a check to school that I went to for $500. So, you just had to provide your, that you were enrolled and is what's going from there. Anyway, for consideration.
I agree with Jim, I think we should, for both of us, we should have a policy. I know tuition, that I remember with this, you actually paid out of pocket, and you got reimbursed, some of them were reimbursed based on grades, so maybe 100% for A and B tonight, so we wanna obviously apply and pass, not just take the money, take the class.
Then a lot of them have a stipulation, you have to stay employed for a certain amount of time after completion, things like that.
I think you kind of back Jeremy to the same as you were with your first presentation, as more information coming back.
Yeah, I got no trouble with that.
Anybody else got any other questions? Or? Sounds good. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, are you okay, moving 6A on the agenda up?
What's that?
Okay, because Jeremy and Ellen are here.
Okay. Is there any objection to moving 6A up?
Gotta get to a comeback.
Makes sense.
Go ahead.
I see.
Well, I'll
Or
talk.
you're gonna-
Yeah, okay.
Come on, get there.
So we've
Did you bring a
been,
couple rocks?
Don't scare me like
we've
that.
been discussing in several committees, kind of switching gears on supervision of the drug court coordinator. So you guys have seen the evaluation of our drug court that was done last fall. And one of the suggestions was that, our treatment court seems to be, very focused, have a criminal justice focus, rather than more of a treatment focus. And, one of the things that they said we could consider is moving supervision from the courts to Health and Human Services. So Justice, Youth and Extension did vote to do that. We're now, bringing that to personnel, and then Jeremy will be bringing it to HHS next week. The evaluation noted some problems that we have with our treatment court, and so why not try something new? Do you have anything else to add to that?
I think the discussion is we've all had it. I think Ellen has been a proponent of this. I think other department heads that are participating in the actual treatment team in treatment court. We need to do something different. We have gone through a fair amount of coordinators, and as a result, that reflects onto the program. I think the coordinator is a very pivotal position that needs to be supported, needs to be trained, it needs to be supervised, and to maximize the treatment court initiative. When I pitch this next week to the Human Services Board, I will be very transparent with the fact that, hey, here's the job description. This position would likely fall under Chris Sultis in our behavioral health section. I think there's some organizational things there that get brought to light. Is Chris Sultis and Alicia Olson are active participants in our treatment team. for drug court. And as a result, does that present like a one-up kind of position, say Chris as a division head, overseeing the coordinator, and does that create some, power differential type of scenario? And so one of the things that we've talked about is this another position where maybe the administrative coordinator would be best suited to oversee this position that has no connectivity to anybody on the team other than being our boss. So what would it be, what would be the shame, I guess, in having the treatment court coordinator position be under the administrative coordinator for that support, guidance, and oversight? Could be an option.
Who's drug court coordinator now?
The judge.
He's also on this.
Correct.
So I mean, it's been our practice to have that focus on campus.
Correct. And sometimes by default, and I just very transparently gonna say this, is that the treatment court team, when it was started, I was on that team. That team consisted of all of the players that are invited right now, and it was a very, I thought, a very productive environment. That environment was, everybody had a voice, everybody had a say, everybody had, a portion, felt like a portion of that process. Over time, that may not still be the sentiment, is that it's morphed into something different. We had an evaluation, that evaluation was pretty glaring of some shortcomings that we have in some areas that we can improve on, and maybe even some trouble points. And so I think that sparked into the conversation of no one person should be responsible that's on the team to oversee the treatment court coordinator. And so as a result, we started thinking, well, who can do that? Well, they can come to my department, okay? But I don't have any room, I don't have an office for you, so the position still needs to stay on third floor. The geographic location still needs to stay up, okay? There was some discussion about that human services has a stigma of we take everybody's kids away, and so people might be less likely to participate in treatment court if it's the perception that the coordinator is under our department. Well, the DA's office makes recommendation to put people in prison. The judge puts people in prison, sentences people to prison. Probation and parole oversees offenders in our community and can put people in prison. And so I don't think that's a valid argument any longer. And so it's just, where does this best fit and support the coordinator if we're gonna have a treatment team? And the coordinator should be a person that rallies that squad. They should be the cheerleader to get all of the people to the table so that the participants can be successful. That's where I sit on it. Ellen's got great things to say too. She's willing to stand up and talk about it. She's got great things to say as well.
Well, early on, I've been a participant in a couple of different treatment court teams in my career as a prosecutor, and so I'm very supportive of treatment courts that are successful. And when I came on board here,
Ellen, would you come on up a little closer?
Sure.
You're pretty quiet.
I've never been accused of being quiet. I can get loud if I need.
Let us have it.
As I was saying, I've been a participant, a team member of a couple of different treatment court teams in my career as a prosecutor. So when I came to Rusk, I was very interested in the treatment court and the team. And within 2 months, I was reading that evaluation that was done way, before I got here. And when I read that evaluation and I saw what the concerns were, I immediately thought about my experience and the concerns in other treatment court settings I've been in. And one of the suggestions was that the coordinator position move to the Department of Health and Human Services because the treatment court was seen as being too heavy on the criminal justice end of things. And it is a treatment court, it's a focus on treatment. In my experience in other counties, that is where that coordinator position resided. I can tell you, for example, in Eau Claire County, early on, the coordinator positions, they have several treatment court teams, used to fall under basically the TAG grant coordinators, so more of a person who was like a data collection person. And what they found is that was actually very difficult for the coordinator. And because the coordinator is working with clients, and they're doing a lot of case management type things. And in that role, the support that they could get from somebody at the Department of Health and Human Services in terms of supervision when they're struggling with difficult situations, that was a natural place of support that somebody who was just administrating the grant couldn't do. And so I immediately thought, yeah, it should move. Now, this is the first time I heard that maybe what's being considered is for that position to fall under the administrative coordinator. I see the concern you're talking about. This is a small county, right? And if you had somebody on the team who was the direct supervisor of the coordinator, maybe the team would feel out of balance. And that was another concern in that evaluation, was that that team was very much out of balance. So I don't know really what the answer is, but I do think that something different has to happen, because what the evaluation is showing is that so far, for having had a treatment court, which we're very lucky to have, the outcome hasn't been really good in terms of the data. And this is supposed to be an evidence-based, data-driven program that's supposed to be successful, that's supposed to provide, a safer community, a healthier community, children who have parents, again, those kinds of things. And so I'm very much supportive of it moving, because I don't think it's gonna create worse outcomes than what we've seen in the evaluation. And I think it's something that needs to be tried to save that program, because I'm very supportive of it.
How much time is this gonna take for Ashley to do?
Or for Chris Silvis.
Are you talking if it was under, this direction? I think the key from everything that Ellen said and everything that we've all gathered from being a part of this team is that it doesn't take a lot of time to supervise the position. It's the support is what is important. Is the person that is in that position needs to know that they are supported. They are a valuable portion of the team, and they are a person that can count on a supervisor to say, hey, am I living within the ditches, or am I outside the ditches? How are we trying to expand this program? And what's the sustainability of this program going forward? Because we won't always have TAD grant money. And so from a time standpoint, I don't think it's that much. It's the coordinator that is doing the work. It's the support network that the team and the supervisor support this person getting training. They support this person being on the cutting edge of the evidence-based practice of treatment teams and all those other cliche things that we can check out there. But the support, I think, is key. That's for any of our employees. So I don't think it's a ton. I don't think it'll be a lot. I don't know if Chelsea can talk or.
And I do just wanna add that early concern about, that if it falls under the Department of Health and Human Services, that's where child protection is. Every team I've been on, child protection is part of that team, that just kinda goes away. Because the prosecutor is on that team, the judge is on that team, and the judge is not only sending people to jail and prison, the judge is also making determinations in regards to taking children away. And placing them in a foster care setting and those kinds of things. And so that I don't think is a valid concern. And in fact, right now, we have somebody from we have two people from the Department of Health and Human Services on that weekly team. And so I really don't think that's the issue.
And I think the other component of that is, from a coordinator standpoint, if I was in that role, I would try to dispel some of that by saying, hey, we're all on this team together, because this is a holistic approach. This is a holistic approach of what we're trying to do. So it's no one person in that team has more power than the other, but you might bump into children and family because you're making bad decisions. You also might bump into probation and parole because your drug screen is different. And so it's still a holistic approach. We're all in it together for this person to be successful.
right, and all of these disciplines are involved, that's why they're coming together on the team.
So I know if it's okay that I say something, cause I haven't said much about this, when you guys have your meetings, but when it comes to the coordinator role, there's a lot of support throughout the entire state for the drug court coordinator position. Because the state knows that it can be a difficult position, so there's emails that are sent between all the different coordinators, there's trainings that come out constantly. But like Jeremy was saying, like just to have the support of a supervisor saying, yes, please go forward and do this training. We'll figure out, how to move the grant money around a little bit to get you to be able to be better educated in the position that you're in. So that's, as the supervisor role, that's really truly what it would take, so, at least from what I experienced.
And I can tell you something just from this last week's meeting, or last 2 weeks' meetings, is there was a process happening in the team that I think became very convoluted and, people were very confused by, because we didn't have a coordinator. The coordinator should have been there to tell the members of the team what's the process in this situation. We didn't have a coordinator to do that, okay? And so, that position is key.
And that position empowers the team to make an informed decision. And I think that's something that's been missing, is the coordinator's responsibility, just like my responsibility, is to talk to my admin team about, hey, this is what we should do. How in the heck do we get here? Here's 5 options. What do you think is gonna be the most effective? That's a coordinator's position. You bring it to the squad, and then you let the squad, from their perspective and their lens, help everybody make a decision that's consensus and go from there. It's not driven by one person. Any one person, doesn't matter who it is, it's not driven by any one person. So, the more I talk about this and the more I get all wiggly, because this is important and this really does help, within our system, is I really feel to be the most transparent and allow for the most objectivity. I think the administrative coordinator overseeing this position gives it the most autonomy, because nobody from the 2 people that participate from my department aren't saying, hey, I need you as the coordinator to do this, because they've really been hitting our system. That again is then skewing that lens of why they should be doing it. But if it's under the coordinator, then it really relies on that coordinator, the drug court coordinator, relying on the team. Here's your support, now let's make sure that it's that way.
Well, and as I said, this is the first time I'm hearing that, but quite frankly, another benefit is the same benefit that I mentioned when we were having a discussion about the CJCC coordinator. And that benefit is the county's investment. There is one place where everybody should be touching base as department heads, and that's with our administrative coordinator. That's the purpose of having one. And so that is a natural hub, so it would have that benefit.
I guess actually, where do you stand on that though? Your plate is what, 110, 115% full now?
Yeah. I don't know, do you feel I could supervise the drug court coordinator without knowing the ins and outs of the drug court?
I think I would ask the coordinator to educate you.
Okay.
And it's not that maybe you need to know the ins and outs of the treatment court, but you know enough to be, it doesn't have to go this way. Again, I'm saying that I could supervise the person. I care about what happens there, not that you don't care, but I care about what happens because it touches our department so much. It's the folks that we know. And so, to know the ins and outs of the program, there's a lot. There's a handbook, there's drug screening procedure, there's the randomness of all that, there's the Wednesday morning, meeting as a team, and
There's the
and the
fidelity
court,
to the treatment, to that whole system, and so there's a lot to it. You have to be accountable to the grant. You have to be accountable to data collection, because but the CJCC coordinator, that's part of it. This is supposed to be evidence-based, and we're supposed to be going back to, are we doing things the way we're supposed to do it? Or have we started veering off course And are we actually just kind of doing what we want because we're not having fidelity back to the model? And so that's part of it, is that the coordinator should be telling us, get back to the model team, you're kind of going far afield. You gotta collect data, and you gotta bring that data to CJCC as one of the pieces of
Because that's an oversight committee for that department.
And there's a specialized program that you put the data into, so, you know, there are some technical things.
There are 3 different trainings every year that, you know, the drug court coordinator can go to. You know, there's the one that they just went to as a team, and that's just kinda, you know, as a whole, and then they had one it's in different places in the US each year, but it was called RISE, and that one's specifically coordinators, from what I understand, and then there's also one in October. So there's constant, like, new information that comes out that is very important that the coordinator brings to the team. And I don't even think, even if, you know, Chris were to oversee the position, or Ellen, I don't think that they would necessarily go to something like that. You know, it would still be on the coordinator to attend those and still bring that information back, so.
Because I'm gonna be a little upfront here, I guess, to say, right now, I'm a little bit uncomfortable overloading the administrative coordinator's position, because we went down this road once, and the outcome is not good.
I would agree with that.
Seems like there's more similarities with HHS in this position. That's what it seems like, keeps coming back. I've been, you know, listening to both sides here, and it's just like, and maybe I'm wrong, and not that I'm trying to put this on any individual, cause I'm sure everybody's workloads are full. But it just seems like I'm a more natural fit, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jeremy, for HHS, just to seamlessly kinda fit in with some of the stuff we already have going on up there.
Totally agree. I totally agree. I agree with all that. I think the key is getting back to where the treatment court team is run by the coordinator, bringing their perspective and their expertise to the table for the best interest of the customer. We'll do it. We got no grief with it. We'll do it.
I think we'll get more out of it too, and nothing against any individual in this room, but your department's so familiar with ins and outs of the different aspects of issues with drugs. Where I don't know, no matter who our administrative coordinator was, if we want them to have to stay up on that on a daily or even a weekly basis as part of their day-to-day responsibilities, is where I'm going.
No trouble.
Well, and I would like to thank Jeremy for telling me I'm on the CJCC. I didn't know the administrative coordinator was on that, and I'd like to thank you for inviting me to the quarterly meetings. So I think that administration now does have a voice with the treatment court, which maybe they didn't in the past, and certainly not when I first started. So I will continue to stay involved.
And I think equally important as that component is, as the CJCC is a requirement of having a treatment court, the coordinator of the CJCC is now supervised by the administrative coordinator. Even though we have a chair and a vice chair of CJCC, the proposed coordinator, the approved coordinator when hired, will report to you versus the chair and the vice chair.
Correct, and, the CJCC, I read the resolution creating it, and I'd like to see some changes with that committee in general. It's supposed to be criminal justice in Rusk County, and it has kind of morphed into every meeting I've gone to, it's basically been about the drug court. So I'm hoping this is an opportunity to open the door again, to bring maybe law enforcement back in, bring in some youth initiatives as well. So there's a lot of change happening, but I guess I would throw my weight behind the coordinator moving to HHS as well.
So, which is fun.
Get lumped all over.
Good
All
memory.
right.
I think the key there too, then, is, and this is kind of a 1A, and it's a part of this, but I'll come back with something else. It's organizationally, we have the same thing going on with the behavioral health coordinator. is that position is becoming inundated with responsibility. They not only have all of our adult services programming, we have our soon-to-be 6 CCS service facilitators, and all of the requirements of our mental health AODA and APS in the county, under that umbrella, okay? And so prevention specialist is super important. I'm also working on a job description for kind of a person that would be a mid-level manager, lead worker, in between those CCS components, CCS people, service facilitators, and Chris Seltis as the behavioral health manager. There needs to be somebody in between there that is responsible for quality assurance, that is a fact checker, that is maybe a gatekeeper as to cases that are screened in. And again, that can be funded through the CCS program. That's structural integrity of the CCS program. The other component of drug court that is occurring is we're getting away, I feel like we're moving away from a group style model to more of a linear approach that is individual based. So your treatment is based on an individual person's needs versus just, hey, you're in phase 1, we need everybody to go to groups at a provider. Let's create a model where a person chooses their recovery, what is important to them, what their needs based say, and let's get them in that system. They're gonna be way more successful.
Now, if they don't know what their needs is, they'll have to go be part of the program.
So here's the beauty, up front, as being a part of CCS and maybe drug court, you do what's called a mental status exam and a determination of need. You come in and you tell your story to a therapist level person, and then you really start kind of delving into what do those needs look like, okay? You're not telling your needs to the newspaper editor, so everybody can read it, okay? You're telling your story to one person and maybe a service facilitator, that then you can really start crafting what that recovery model looks like for you.
Right now, it's a requirement, I believe it's for the TAD that we do the compass assessment is what it's called. And it's what probation and parole completes, or they can complete. George up in the jail is also able to do that. But that is also an assessment tool that, that's the risk needs, because drug court goes back to, they have to be, high, medium risk and high need, I believe, somewhere in there. So that compass also has a big part of it too. I get, the CCS program that, I've been doing that, so I understand the DON and everything, but I just gotta make sure I put that in there so that that's not forgotten, because that's a requirement, so.
Well, and I think maybe we talked about that it's too criminally justice heavy, and we need to focus more on treatment, but we also can't forget, it's a program in the criminal justice system because we're trying to get people out of that system. And so yes, the needs are, that assessment that Chelsea's talking about is an assessment of what's called criminogenic needs, what's driving your criminal behavior. And then as those needs are assessed, then they may head over to CCS and to Jeremy to get, the part of those needs that are treatment-based, but then there may be part of those needs that aren't treatment-based per se, that are more criminogenic.
It's great that you can say that word, Ellen, because that's the hardest word in the English language is criminogenic. You just have to miss the middle part. You have to say criminogenic. Very good.
Does anybody else got any further questions here?
If you'd like to come to our Human Services Board meeting and weigh in next Thursday, 9 o'clock, we're gonna call that thing to order, and this is on the agenda to talk about the coordinator supervision position. Not to be confused with, Human Services doesn't want the program, okay? We're not asking to have the treatment court program. We wanna support the coordinator position so that can get back to a fidelity level that's intended.
Is there those grants budget on a separate line, or will it still stay?
Yes, yep, we would move it into their budget, as far as the reporting goes, I believe it would still be me and the judge signing off on that. As far as, you know, the online report, the quarterly reporting.
So we would take the budget,
I think, I mean, it's just like a certification of the report, but I'm not entirely sure if we can move, if it has to be the judge certifying that or not, I don't know if it has to be sponsored by a judge.
correct. I'm just thinking then again, on another portion of our department from finance, if we're asked to include that in a part of our budget, we're gonna dig a lot deeper than we have historically in that program. I think there's a lot of things budgetarily than because we don't have if we're not taking the program,
Right.
who signs off then on requests for a new chair for the coordinator? Or who signs off on supplies, or those kinds of things? Again, those would just have to be fleshed out, cause that then is two people in my department that have to spend a little more time on learning that system.
Right, and I think that time is allowable for reporting the grant, or at least we can use it as cash match if it's.
I'm just working on, or just thinking of overloading, you know, our conversation.
Crystal knows all that now.
Yes.
Could she still do that even if it was?
I think that it's honestly, like, it's a lot on her to even have her do it, she's
Who's currently doing it?
Crystal.
Oh, yeah. And that's in your office, right? That seems reasonable. Motion made for Crystal to continue.
No, poor girl.
But it's, no matter where that is, there is the responsibility of doing that budget right and according to the parameters within. So if we take that on, it's gonna be Tanya and Laura and myself that are gonna be responsible for that. But we would also include the coordinator cause that's a key component of where we're going.
And I can help with the transition too, cause I have the, you know, I sign off on every one of those reports, so I know, how it needs to be reported, is just keep the segregation of that.
Is there any further questions for Jeremy or Helen or Chelsea?
Thank you for your time tonight and all the things. I need to stick around because there's one more agenda item that will be last on your guys' list, probably to talk about.
Ashley, do you want a motion from this committee?
Yes.
Okay. Guess I would entertain a motion to move this provision of town clerk, HHS. So moved. Yeah. Motion made and seconded. Is there any further questions or comments on the motion on the floor? None being heard, all in favor, signify by aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Yeah. Stay moved, or you want to go back up to IT and go down?
Yep.
Okay.
No,
Thanks, Alan.
thank you, Ellen.
Jim?
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you.
Yeah. What's it?
Hi. I'm good, how have you been?
Kind of what we're looking for is, we're just looking at the idea to get some guidance and some ideas on adjusting the IT work hours for the upcoming projects that we're working on. We do have a substantial amount of work in regards to replacing the servers, the backbones, all the switches, that kind of stuff. And some of that would be best spent either after hours or weekends or anything like that to minimize downtime for the county. And that's kind of what we're looking at. You know, we brought this by property and they told us to bring it by you guys. But we're kind of just looking for more leeway than the current, policy allows us. Because the current policy, you know, cut us off at 6 AM and 6:30 PM. But again, no, we wouldn't be able to do anything on the weekends or anything like that. So when we take down some of these servers and start rebuilding the backbone and everything like that, we're gonna be taking down sections of the network, and instead of having employees just sitting there, you know, either doing paperwork or something else, or maybe nothing at that time, we just like to be able to move those around a little bit.
What kind of time are you talking about, I guess would be one of my first questions.
Sure, it would be just for temporary, the projects that we've got going, you know, so like the server and the sand, everything that was already, you know, in process and things like that. When we take those down and we put the new ones in there, same thing too, as new cable and new wiring, everything like that. As the sections go down, you know, Neil spent quite a bit of time, you know, figuring out approximately how long it would take, you know, for each section, who's involved with it. And I don't know if he's got it in his notes right now, but, he might speak better on that.
Like, for example, the individual closets, which are the quickest and easiest portion. So you're affecting probably a third of a floor for each one. The last one we did was 70 minutes, where you gotta unplug everything, you know, put something new in, plug everything back in, cause you can't just plug it in anywhere. So then we got 11 of those. So that's 70 minutes times 11, of a third of a floor each, essentially.
You're talking about 13 hours or so.
Yes. So obviously those, you know, we can just pick off after hours, you know, between 4:30, 6:30, that's not really an issue. Some of the other ones are gonna take longer than, you know, 70 minutes, it might take 4 hours at a chunk.
And how many more of them is there gonna deal with?
Probably if we could just take like a swing on like a Saturday on downstairs, we could probably do it in a couple of days. That's what I'm guessing.
But so then we'd have no IT department, if it took you
Well-
2 days, we'd have no IT department
No,
Monday,
no.
Tuesday?
Well, that was one thing I wanted to clarify too on the property, and to me this is a fair place, is, you know, do you want us to just flex our hours around, where like, okay, if we're all gonna be here Saturday, I take off Tuesday, he takes off Wednesday, he takes off Thursday, whatever, so there's always somebody here. Or do we just do straight overtime? I guess that,
Well, one of you is exempt, correct?
correct,
Okay,
but I mean, as far as we're concerned.
right. Well, I would say, since we implemented a flex policy, I'd like to see if we continue with flex rather than allowing, you know,
So I mean, that
overtime.
would be what I was thinking, if we're gonna spend a whole day here on Saturday, Sunday, whatever, one of us takes a day off during the week, and then somebody else takes a day off in the week, and it all goes out in the wash.
Mhm.
But the goal is to minimize everybody else being without stuff to do. Dispatch, of course, we just have to, you know,
Work around.
as best we can.
I guess personally, I'm okay with them doing a flex for a period of time, as long as the office is manned and it gets communicated with Ashley, so that way if someone has a complaint or something, at least she knows what's going on. You know, if somebody comes there and say, hey, I can't get ahold of these guys, you know, I'm sure you've never heard that before, but anyhow. You know, at least, I think you guys, to do it correctly, should convey with her and keep her in the loop, so to speak, would be my thought. I mean, I'm not saying it has to be that way, but it'd make it simpler.
And I think we try to keep the individual departments in the loop as well, as we're gonna be affecting them.
Yeah, great, good point,
Like,
yeah.
if we're gonna take down, you know, the accounting server for a day, then we'll just let them know, that, hey, Saturday, don't bother trying to get in and do stuff.
I guess my other thought pattern, you're talking about kind of two projects here, the main and what you call the closet.
Yep.
Jim, you was talking about other projects, I mean, is there more than just?
Well, there are main ones, you know, we've got several ones going on right now, you know, as far as like the camera system and stuff like that, that really doesn't affect us anything after hours, but just in general there. But, you know, for pulling some of the cables and stuff like that too, I just kind of include those as all these projects. But yeah, we're really only looking at these big core projects to do this temporary flex. We're not looking at it to be anything long-term, we're not looking at it to be anything like that, it would just be for these projects. So we're not working on these projects on like tomorrow or anything like that, we just work our normal one then. You know, if we know that, okay, well, in 2 Saturdays, we're gonna be, you taken down a substantial amount, we can already have that ready to go and let it actually know that and say, hey, Neil wants this day off, Walt wants this day off, and this is what we're gonna be doing as far as this goes. So then she would know ahead of time, and like Neil had mentioned too, we try to work with the department heads and let them know too, because, if they've got something going on that we don't know about, we wanna make sure that we're not gonna be messing up anything they're doing. Especially if they're, let's say, they're trying to get some work done or something like that too, But yeah, it's just, we're just trying to clarify it and get some guidance and see what you guys think, if it's something we can do. If not, we can do it during work hours, but it just doesn't seem like it's a good idea to do it that way.
Again, I really haven't got a problem with it as long as Mr. Meyer said the coordinator is kept in the loop. And I also agree with what Neil said, that the departments that you're gonna affect are kept in the loop. I mean, as long as this isn't a ongoing thing, that 13 months from now, we're still talking about this.
Sure, hope not.
But to get, I understand your point that it's gonna take you half a day to do one, you're not gonna shut finance down for half a day or somebody down. Any further questions?
I don't have a problem with the best way to do it. Do we want to have Ashley give approval, or do we want Gary to give approval?
Good question.
Well, and that's kind of, I'm gonna do that up, Jonathan, so because this is going against our personnel handbook, I would appreciate if this was in a motion, clarifying that this is for the server project, allowing, flex time outside of the policy, so we can also attach that as documentation to payroll too.
And with that being said, so we don't shut complete departments down for a day at a time, yeah. No,
Is there a time limit on this?
30 days enough?
No.
Okay.
This would be a several month project. Not that we're gonna use this every week or every month. There may be a couple weeks where we're just waiting for supplies to come in, where we won't use it at all. We'll just be, normal time. But we just wanna be able to have the option to do it, once we have that product in, once we've got, our third party consultants that are helping us and, so we can give them timeframes too, like, hey, we're doing it on Saturday, so go ahead and put us on your schedule on Saturday, this is when we're gonna get it done. But yeah, it would be several months.
6? Is that a good start?
Yeah. Yeah, if we need.
I think it should have a time frame, I agree.
If we need an extension, we can always come back and say,
Yeah.
hey guys, we need an extension, so if you feel comfortable with 6, absolutely. Whatever you guys feel comfortable with, let's do that. And then, like I said, if we need an extension, I'll be back, and that way I can show you, this is what we got left. And then you guys can see, hey, okay, they've got just, 3 closets left, that's, alright, it's only gonna be, a day and a half to get those done.
Well, I think if we're gonna change and make a so-called, motion different than what's in the handbook, I think we need to put a time frame on it, I would agree.
Well, we run up till the end of the year, that's 1 week shy, I guess, of 6 months. And then, if you need an extension, as of in January, we can,
Have Ashley sign off on those time sheets when it's outside of.
Well, we want prior approval, right?
Yeah, she would know about it beforehand.
Right, so yeah, Neil or Jim could reach
More
out
than
to
just
me.
knowing, like, you approve it ahead of time.
Right, make sure that there will, we've got office coverage, that no department is having anything major going on that week. Yeah, I think that's probably a good idea, just so we've got clear communication.
My other main concern is that the IT department is, however they wanna do it, is staffed during the normal hours of the courthouse. Whoever that individual may be, or he rotated, or whatever.
I'll make a motion to allow flex time for 6 months for the end of the year.
motion made and seconded,
Do you want to specify?
I think that motion should be more specific, that it's going outside of our personnel handbook and
6 months.
to go
Through
December, through the end of 2020.
Yeah, however you wanna word that. Tell me there's no question.
And then, okay, so if you wanna phrase that as normal business hours, like, as defined in the personnel handbook. That's what it's.
Motion by Rusk, second by Stout to authorize the end of 2023 flex time for the normal business hours as defined in personnel handbook for the server upgrades prior to the time by the department head with the understanding the IT department will be staffed during normal courthouse hours.
It's got it all.
Motion has been made and seconded. Is there any further questions? That motion is on the floor.
No, other does it get passed to county board then, or does this go on?
So, final interpretation and implementation of any policies or rules in the handbook are vested solely with the county through the personnel committee.
Is there any further questions? None being heard, all in favor, signify by aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Then, Jim, you're gonna kind of fill Gary down, and,
Yeah, I'll probably give him a call tonight, then let him know.
oh, what, is he on vacation right now? Probably going to Monday, right?
I guess, Jim, I would also say maybe if you know you're not gonna make the end of 2023, maybe on the December personnel meeting, have it kind of set up so you know that we need an extra month or an extra 6 weeks or whatever.
Okay. I
That,
get it.
that would allow you to keep moving on it without an interruption, so.
Okay. Or I can always stop back and just give you guys an update, too, let you know what the projects are and everything, too.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Can we skip number 4 or?
Come on, get over here.
Oh, come on up, Tom.
I don't beat you guys up too bad, I try to stay out of here tonight.
We harassed you for a while, get over here.
You haven't harassed me in a while either, Robert, no. So, it's budget time, so it's budget time, of course, there's talk about raises and blah, 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 all come up. And since the ambulance staff, other than myself, is not part of the STEP program, the way we do that is with a resolution, is how we take care of their wages and the such. So, I went to my committee last month, with all the facts, figures, data. They told me because they meet after you, to bring that resolution to you folks, have you look at it, if there's problems, change it. Jamie looked at it, Ashley looked at it, Rich has looked at it, I've looked at it. We've gotta change the problems we found, I think. But the wage changes kind of, well, they match what other ambulance services are paying and what other businesses are paying. Any of my EMTs can go to Quick Trip and get $17.50 an hour to work at Quick Trip, stocking shelves. We can't pay them $16.36 an hour when they can make more there. They can make more at most of the gas stations. I've got a couple of my EMTs that do work at the gas stations as a second job, and they make more per hour than they do here. Of course, they don't get benefits, so that's different. Quick Trip, I think if you're full-time there, you do get benefits. So that's, that data along with the EMTs and the surrounding area and stuff like that is what went into those numbers. Last time we did a resolution, I believe, I can't remember because I didn't read it today, I was going to before I came in here. Can you bring it up? My intention with the last resolution was to make
the meetings and the trainings and stuff follow that hourly wage. And my committee thought we did that, and asked me to put it back in the resolution again. And then after Ashley and Jamie reviewed it, they left it as a flat rate. And there's a reason, because if you put it in as part of the wage, it costs you more in retirement, costs you more in all that kind of stuff. So I don't have a problem with that, being the way it is. It is a $38,000 fiscal impact.
240.
Yes. I had it at what, 36,050, and then she tweaked it up a little bit, cause I didn't do the meetings and the trainings, because I didn't have the data to get that fiscal
Yeah, I think I
impact.
added like the benefits.
The benefit part of it, yes. And there's two ways we look at that. One is, we do that with a levy increase above the levy cap, or if I don't get an ambulance this year, or I change my budget to put that, cause I'm working on the budget now, put that 38,000 in for my ambulance cost into wages, and then take some of the rollover money that's sitting in my budget and put it into the ambulance budget. It doesn't change the levy this year. No, we can't do that year after year after year, but that hold the levy for my part, for this year. So, cause everything else has been just about a wash in the, I mean, I stay within my budget, and I intend to stay in my budget next year, so, you know, that's not an issue. Wages is the one that varies, that I don't have a lot of control over, because when I'm short of help, we have to have ambulance, so I have to pay overtime sometimes to get help. So I'd like to certainly hire more, so that doesn't happen, but they're just not falling off the trees around here for EMTs, so.
And for a lot of other things,
Yeah,
so.
there's a lot of, and the reason all these other companies are paying that kind of a wage, cause they can't get nobody to work. You know, the only way they can get them there is to pay them. So, I just have a girl that resigned, and I sent you that resignation, didn't I? A very nice note in there about appreciating working for us, working for me. She learned a lot, she loved it. She got her nursing license and went to work for Marshfield Medical Center out here. So right now, she's not pulling out of the area even, and she even wants to stay on and do some more. So it's not that they don't like the job, or that we're not paying them enough to keep them interested, it's just, how do we get new people? Recruitment and retention, the same thing Jeremy said, how do you do that? So I think this will help. Again, we can't let them fall behind either. I mean, that's what I don't wanna do. So right now, nobody knows if across the county, everybody's gonna get a raise. But if they do and the ambulance doesn't, I'm screwed. They'll be gone, because they hear that, they get the emails, they know what's going on, so, and just speaking on behalf of my budget and what I can do with it, however you want me to make that work so that we can make that change, that's what we'll do. I don't have a plan to buy an ambulance this year, but I got one that's, one of these days gonna come from Hawkins, and it's gonna be in pieces alongside the road, she's about done for, so she is tired. And you can't run them that way when you're running lights and sirens, they gotta work, and it's had maintenance, it's been into the shops, and it's like, it's a 2010 with over 100,000 miles on it with a 6.0, they just don't go much more than that, so. So that's what the resolution's about. I don't know if you got any questions?
Tom?
Yeah, why wouldn't this be done as part of the budget process?
It will, but it has to be done as a resolution for my part.
Yeah.
Because they're not, even though we did the JDQs and they were in the wage study, they were pulled out before the STEP program was set up. So there is no step in the Carlson-Detman study for EMTs, EMRs, they're not in there. So we have to do it by resolution. So if the resolution passes, it goes in my budget. If it fails, it does not go in my budget.
So this really needs to go to finance, this part of
It
the.
has to go to finance, it has to go to county board.
This part of their budget plan, because when you guys turn another month, you start looking at budget.
Oh, 24th, we gotta have them in, right? Yeah, so we got a couple weeks, we gotta have them in.
So you want a motion to send it to finance for consideration?
Correct. And it'll go back to my committee too, cause if you guys don't make any changes to it, I'll take it to my committee, get them to approve it and sign it, and then you guys can approve it and sign it, and then it goes to finance, and I don't think they have to sign it the consider it. And then it goes to county board.
Do you have like a rate increase on the horizon for your ambulance calls?
We can raise the rates all we want, you know, I can ask $1 million, but Medicare's still gonna pay $310.42. That's it, at our level, that's what we get. So right now, we're charging $1,000 for a resident, $12.50 for a non-resident, and we get paid 300, and that whole number is.
Yeah, for the
Yeah.
private pay ones.
Yeah, we do, I mean, if I get called in the ambulance, you know, county's insurance is gonna pay pretty good. So, you know, so people that have insurance pays better if they don't follow Medicare rules, which a couple of them do, but we have 70% Medicare, Medicaid patients, so that's a high payer mix of Medicaid, Medicare at those lower rates.
Any further questions for Tom? Changes or no questions, just gonna have a motion to approve it here and pass it on. Finance first?
Yep. And send it back to my committee for approval. You can do that, do they have to do that?
That would come on finance.
Right. Or, actually, I think my committee will meet before them, so they'll have it approved before that, so, yeah. On the finance committee, when is it?
I would make a motion to do that because they're way held behind, we always have been.
I have a motion on the floor to approve this resolution, pass it on to finance, is there a second?
Yeah.
Second by Mr. Razzak, further questions or comments? None being heard, favor signify by aye. Opposed?
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies. See how that's done, Jacob? 12 minutes, buddy. Been the name over here, buddy.
I like it, we're just.
Jeremy takes abuse from me every meeting we go to, so this makes my life.
You've been sitting here 2 hours, Bobby, you keep going for everybody, if anybody wants 5 minutes.
Let's just take 5.
Okay, so recess for 5 minutes.
All right.
Oh.
Better take that off the time table.
Hey Scott, how's it going? Good.
No, I'm not going either then. Closer to you.
My choice. I don't know yet. First, I've seen many times what they do on the highway, the first one, when they go along. Good if they come. You don't want to take them, or a week and a half. It takes about a week and a half when they wake up.
But if somebody wanted to buy, you know, a roll, do they come in like 10-foot rolls or 8-foot rolls?
They come in different, different was.
Do you have some company where you do that? Those are makes it happen too. I had some.
I didn't know you were gonna send them like to scratch. With one on the back, maybe it's a little bit easier to.
Or the farm supply or whatever.
I'll have to show my work.
Okay. I just had somebody ask me where they could get rolls last.
It's your work.
Yeah, always check it too.
portion of his wages go to ambulance, that's what our emergency management. He's overpaid if you ask me.
As long as we keep
Really
it.
nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I might have some important side that you should have.
Lives right there, county, and eight, I think three of that's his. He moved that, three of that's hat. See me with my hat on, he'll say.
Well, that's like,
But that much gas won't buy
what is
it.
it, 20%?
She, that's, you're right, they are, they're like 40. So we can take that off. Well, it's just the low one has it. Just I wanted to look at it.
Yeah, we'll call the meeting back in session.
You like that? Yeah. Do you, don't you make it larger? I can't.
You've got,
Yes.
you're up.
So, I did speak with you guys last year about the deputy clerk's position, and I did, and this was last year, when I looked, the average was 1 to 10, and I'm sure they've all gotten, raises since then, but it's Barron, Burnett, Ashley, Douglas, and Sawyer. I also received a letter from Chippewa County telling us that, the reason I was receiving it is because we were part of the compensation study with Carlson Devon. And she was disappointed and angry with what the deputy county clerk position is listed in the salary schedule. In the past, they weren't treated that way, and she firmly believes that anyone outside of the county clerk world does not fully understand what our office does or repercussions if our office doesn't perform at a high standard. They did do a, what do you call that? She went and asked for a, what did you do?
An appeal?
An appeal, and they did one theirs. I did not want theirs. So it was decided then that I would just wait and do it during budget time. It's budget time. So that's why I'm coming to you, it's budget time. So, the administrative coordinator and I talked about this, and she's now working, doing a lot of things for, the human resource aspect of county, getting things ready for, all interviews. She's working with Ashley, doing some things for them. We took over the website, we've done a lot of things. And Jill has to know what I'm doing, or that position has to know what the county clerk's doing, and the deputy one. That person has to work between us. And there's a lot there. So I'm asking to approve the job description that we put together, and then come forward to finance, which is my oversight, and then to, on board. I did keep room in my budget too, as, when they send us our budgets, we are given a target, a levy target, and I am gonna stay within my means. So, and we do have 4 elections. So I'm really trying to stay within my means, I am. not something that,
But how are they gonna listen to questions that are all different, like you said, five or six?
they have to look at everything. So it says the attached job description will be submitted to Carlson Detman for reclassification or wage increase issued if deemed appropriate by Carlson Detman with the effective date of January 1st, 2024.
I don't think that's gotta be approved by them before we can. Yeah, but the problem with that is we went with it, we had.
I know it.
And you have
So
to
if we
stay-
step outside of that, you
Yeah,
just
it's-
open a can of
Yeah.
worms, yeah.
I don't know,
And we
'cause we
don't-
already got 5 different scales within counties, you know.
Right.
We revise one, then everybody's gonna revise theirs too.
Okay, that's completely up to you guys. But as Mr. Jacobs says, it's, an intention.
Mm-hmm.
She's scrambling.
The problem is, Jonathan, we needed to revise because what was originally sent in, there's been a lot more added to the position
And that was the
since that
problem.
was originally done.
Because there's been like, okay, so the website was not being, you know, somebody needed to grab onto it, so we did. Somebody needed to take care of the stuff from HR for interviews, so we did.
Well, that one, I guess what, if we're gonna have her, in her job description, we either gotta eliminate the HR position or modify that job description. If
We were
HR
doing it when the HR manager was here,
I don't know, the HR manager should be doing that, I guess.
can't keep up.
But he's
So
not
what are you
the
gonna
HR
do?
manager.
So what are you gonna do, say, no, I'm not gonna do that. I'm a team.
Right, for now, but when we determine the HR position, I mean, ultimately, the HR position should be doing the HR job, I think.
So what we were doing was, they were giving us a packet, we were fulfilling that packet, getting everything ready. They were calling the people, now we're calling the people.
Sure.
Doing that.
And they still, Jonathan, clerk's office still has to do the agendas for the interviews, they gotta do the postings, all that kind of stuff, with an HR person there.
They do all of that agendas for all of them.
Right.
I'm still looking for the HR person.
But if we get another HR person, I think they need to make their own phone calls for scheduling interviews and stuff. Right now, it's different, we'll have a full-time HR person, if we have a full-time position, we should have them do that job.
Okay, so if you're not gonna change that, so then I'm gonna say we can't do that anymore.
All if they're help with other tasks as needed, Because that should be her full-time, long-term, that should be the, unless we're gonna get rid of the HR position.
I'm not HR.
I know you're not.
If you're not, I don't intend on being. Gotta live together.
That has nothing to do with
Until
my
he gets
opinion.
home.
I don't think there's enough to change here personally, I mean, there's things in here that just fall underneath that department. I think there's a lot of things listed out that are being rather minuscule. I mean, if she's going to do more work for the administrative coordinator, that's one thing. But these other things that are listed out in here, that just comes with the office, that's my opinion. Now, if she's gonna be more of a liaison between HR and administrative coordinator, which is what I'm picking up on some of this in here, then that's a different deal.
I mean, some of that will be dependent on where we go with the direction of the HR position, and we have somebody else do it, you know, a recruiter or another external. Or if we, then you get
Cause that would again be arbitrarily deciding based off, you know, I thought, and I don't know, I wasn't here when you guys decided to go with a wage study, but I thought the goal behind it was that we wouldn't be arbitrarily handing out raises to department heads that were coming month after month pleading their case. Well,
If we're going back to that.
right, but I think the goal of the wage study though was to get away from that, so we're more unbiased or more fair across the board rather than just some people get big raises, some people get small raises.
Terry said we're not gonna use them, we're gonna keep our money.
Well. No, honestly, I don't think in the previous description, this position was given enough credit for the supervisor role that it has to take on in the absence of whoever the clerk may be. And also where it's taking on extra work for the administrative coordinator and human resources. If that's taking place, then that's a different story here.
That is 100% happening right now.
Then
Jill is
that's what I
virtually my
think,
assistant.
that might be some grounds to have this re-JDQ'd or whatever you wanna call it, but one thing I did, do we need to have some type of, no matter what it is, minimum education requirement in here? I don't see anything at all. We have to have,
That's an appointed position, so I don't think,
nothing has to be listed?
well, and technically it doesn't even have to be posted if it's vacant.
I did not do so.
If it's posted.
But the minimum education requirements plays into how Carlson Gutman grades a position, so I understand what Jim is saying.
I do too, but there's no,
Right, just like elected officials, there's really no requirements for who runs for office.
I would remove it really, because it's point blank there is none.
Right,
I mean, we could definitely put it under preferred.
right, but probably, yeah, not required.
Well, I mean, the minimum would have to be high school diploma or GED, I'm thinking a minimum you'd have to have listed in here, correct?
I thought there
Do
was.
you?
2 year, I don't think you have to, but was there, last time there was.
I'll have a copy of the old one here, so I can compare.
I mean, an elected official has to have that, or be at least 18, I don't, because I don't know
It'd
if
be
they
at
have.
least 18, I don't think,
But as far as an appointed, I don't know that, you know, I mean, I know that Connie would do her due diligence and make sure that that person does, but as the county, I don't know that we can necessarily require it since it's not quite a position.
Well, the thing it is, though, if you do get an HR person, then all your rest is done.
She still was doing things. She still was helping.
Well, no, I'll do things that we should be doing.
She just, the HR person could not keep up.
Very good, that's all right.
Well, we'll keep it up without an HR person.
But she couldn't keep up. Now Jill did the calling and all that stuff, so. It's up to you guys. I just, you know, we found this in other departments too, starting at the bottom of that. The bottom, how do you start somebody at the bottom when they've been? That was my question from the beginning. It still was a raise, yes.
I think, honestly, I think there's a handful of these positions, Jill's being one. Probably a couple in the treasurer's office, I would assume. In the register of deeds. And these positions, I don't think, they're not a position that just anybody can walk in and do. And I don't think it's necessarily all falls on the schooling that you have. operation, the day-to-day operation of the county in general. Not only the county, I mean, even some private businesses. Jim, I hear what you're saying, I don't know, just how Carlson looks at it. I would assume you would actually probably right when you say that, your education behind that, what's more required weighs in.
Could be, so many years or so many years experience, and that's pretty typical preferred, right?
Yeah.
On the job, she's been on the job for quite that time. I think that they differentiation between preferred. You've learned it all,
Yes, that's in the JD.
being there. Where do you put that?
Yeah,
How
so
do you put a
if
price on that?
the 4-year
Yeah,
degree is
takes 3 years
required,
to
that
get-
will
get
weigh
to the next
heavily
level.
on over preferred, yeah.
That's your whole department.
Probably not gonna change it much.
What would it cost to get something without any knowledge of the office to replace her?
Same amount she's making right now.
But the problem is, that knowledge is irreplaceable, now you go back into training somebody.
Start right here where she's at right now. That's a big thing. So somebody could come in and do the same job, get her same.
No, reword that, Connie, somebody could come in and hold the same position, but not have the ability to do the same job because they don't have the experience.
That happens in a lot of departments.
It's pretty right to come in from the new. We're afraid to get what the older colleagues think either. Right off the bat.
Right, it would've cost us a lot more to implement the wage study though.
Right, and we had this discussion when we went through the implementation of the wage study, that we understood that, what was it, like 80% of our staff was gonna start at step 1. That's how far behind the county was in wages, and it's an unfortunate thing, and Patrick, when he gave his presentation, said it was gonna take a couple years for us to kind of get more settled in the scale, so people who have been here longer are moved up a few steps, so when we bring someone in, they're not starting at the same rate of pay. And it's an unfortunate part of implementing a wage scale.
So how do I move her up?
I don't think, unless we break everything we have done with the Carlson-Detman study, I don't think there's a way other than submitting for a
You
reclass.
just said if she moves above, if somebody moves above the scale, how do you move them up in the scale?
That's what we're gonna talk about in a few steps, in a few things here, that hasn't been decided yet.
That's my question.
Anybody got a general consensus, we'll send it forward?
We sit on it, because it sounds like there's other factors,
Right.
plus it sounds like there might be some modification. I mean, if anything, if she's doing more stuff since we did original assessment for the mission coordinator, that would be, we're probably looking at restating some of the stuff from up here, and she's been doing all that, probably isn't as valid. And
That would be the other two things, I agree with Jonathan, the other two major things, I mean, if she's doing administrative type work on top of her normal deputy clerk job for the AC and HR, then that's different from the original JDQ,
Okay.
correct?
I'm gonna read something.
Then that would qualify it, but I don't wanna start going down this road of going through every little one, because it,
He's a reporter from, he's a reporter, so this is what he's asking for.
Right.
Complete absentee ballot application for each application and proof of identification for each election year from 2018 to prior. How long do you think that's gonna take? And who do you think's gonna do it for? Mine.
Connie picking up what Jill does, or Jill picking up what Connie does, so the other one can spend a large portion of their time taking care of the records requests.
Well, if we're getting that many, then that'll have to put a part-time person in the department, I guess.
Take a lot of time for these records, but,
I'm okay with doing it, that's not your problem, but it's, I mean, it's,
taking away from other stuff that you could do.
yeah, she's fulfilling a lot of things, you know, I'm overseeing it, which I should be.
Well, then there is a different aspect to when you originally submitted JDQs, but
Yeah, things have changed.
I think you get down to the end of it, now we're getting maybe a part-time person or something. Still would be a little bit more than that.
Well, why don't we keep going and then, if that's, I'm good with that, we got a discussion in like Mr. Jacobs did, and I'm good with that.
Don't keep using me as a measure.
She's at the top.
I'm trying to get there.
If that's where you're at, then.
Are you guys good with that? I think I wanna see what Ashley has to say down below, so.
Well, I don't think this is gonna help your situation though. I'm talking about, so, okay, I'm not Andy Alvarado. I don't know what his intention was with this wage study, but I think it was to implement raises fairly across the board. So what I'm asking the committee to do is talk about wage increases for the staff for 2024, not individual people.
Right, and I understand.
Okay, alright.
I do
What that
understand
grievance
that.
thing for, wasn't it?
How's
People come in
that?
and plead their case. That grievance.
Well,
Oh,
no,
well, that was
she's talking about whole
different. I'm talking,
I know what you're
now that
talking
we've implemented it, how do we move people up the scale? Cause it's budget season, so we really need to kind of decide how we're doing this.
Right.
But down there, you got a 3-year probationary period, they won't move anyone, they're done with the 3 years, you just got the job, that's it. That's not right either.
Are you talking about highway?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Connie, you've got one more here.
That youth representation on county board, so typically what I do is I go to schools and I'm teaching election to juniors and seniors or sophomores. And so while I'm doing that, I am trying to get youth involved with the board.
Had them, but I kinda wondered the other day, how come they didn't have it anymore?
I finally got one,
Yeah, you had two, usually.
trying,
I know, but before we had them, and then all of a sudden, there's none, I'm kinda wondering what happened there.
just couldn't get any
No
applications.
applications.
So I started going to school and reaching out when I was doing, education on elections. So we have an interested party, and typically what happens is, Justin, what's her name?
Mary.
Would oversee that position. So I'm asking for my office that, they spend a lot of time in my office. Well, they're not gonna do that.
I think we should have them. Do it too.
I do too, but so I'm the one that's basically recruiting.
But, yes, we appreciate that, yes.
I think it's very important. So we do have one interested party.
Sure. Need one more though. You got two.
I'm trying,
What are the requirements for that?
it's a 3.0,
Yeah.
yeah, and they have to have permission by their parents, school. They'll be part of, they'll pick out like, I think what's it,
Age requirement.
I believe it's a junior.
guess I don't know how that goes, how it was even originally set up.
I don't think
Any idea?
I think through extension would be my guess. And I think Andy,
Andy gave extension, cause Brian started that, I believe,
Okay.
right?
mhm.
One time, do a lot of times, we haven't had it since.
Trying.
Well, since the last. Well, I thought full time.
There's,
So does this need to wind up in extensions lap then?
Take it all away or something. Just do it true.
She already did the recruiting.
Yeah.
Connie's who got the applicant, and then, you know, we wanted to bring this person on board and have the appointment go through the board in May, and Extension told us to pump the brakes because they were unclear about what youth is supposed to do on the board. But I mean, now we're in July,
we don't have her here yet.
right?
Created that.
Is there no actually count as actual board?
No, cause they're not elected.
Is there always like in the minutes that like looks like?
Well, yeah,
That's
You're
well,
in
they
there.
vote, but it doesn't.
I guess I would have, I've got no issue moving. But I would need some clarification somehow or another. If this has gotta come from extension to move it, or if personnel can just move it. Is there a resolution that created this? How does that worded? I guess I'm a little lost right now, even if we can do anything with it. I don't either.
But it's not getting, I mean, she's just sitting there waiting, nothing's getting done, so
Mhm.
we've got her in limbo, and pretty soon she's gonna say, well, I'm just not gonna do
Is
it.
there any counties that do this?
I don't know.
I think lots of other counties do.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Yeah, there's several.
But there are different places you can get into, a lot of people are homeschooled too.
That's what I was just saying, I think I should.
Well, they're allowed to vote, but the vote doesn't count.
Right.
As far as policy making, so what difference does it make if we have one or if we have two? There's still 19 board members,
I guess,
so that makes 20 on the roll call. I mean, what I'm getting at, I don't think we should be too hung up on having two. If we have one young individual that wants to learn about government, bring them on.
and I agree with you, I think two was just, I mean, if, should I say, the more that can get to learn something out of it, the better. I mean, if we can only get one, then we take one, if we.
But this isn't, in this case, this isn't that big of a deal. We should be
Right.
able to pass this damn thing right here. I mean, throw some stipulations in there if there's other meeting minutes or minutes that a policy already existing that pertains. This is a individual who wants to come participate in board and committees.
Not really got anything. There was a committee that you were on that committee. Back in 2020 that appointed the first reps. Was interviewed and then. Who was it, Luther? I attended them.
You're getting back in the conflict there.
Should we, the first one we had, Sarah.
It's gotta be roughly, what,
Sarah
4 or 5
Rand.
years ago? I think we had, about 4 years ago.
Yeah, about four, I think.
They served a year each time, correct?
Yep.
Yeah, we had two years in a row,
This gal's gonna be a C.
this year here.
Not bad.
Nothing.
If somebody wants to move it with stipulations.
Unless, should we,
If there's something,
should we send it back to you, Justice, to have the interviews, so the next new Justice, which we just missed, have interviews, and then we can clarify the policy if there is, needs to be clarification.
Interviews.
Problem is, they just had a meeting, so they're waiting on a
yeah,
month.
you're gonna be into September before something happens.
You interviewed him in the past?
You know, it's a board.
The committee did?
Once. I don't remember no second time that we did.
You know, this is a,
Okay, there was a resolution 2020 creating youth representation on the county board. Let's see if that resolution is on the.
accordance
Well,
with.
if there's a resolution, there had to be an oversight of that applied to.
Here it is. Categories of the supervisor responsible for determining policy and priorities for the government, and decisions are made by category supervisors that impact youth, finding more young people involved. Okay, these youth are selected for their board seats through an application process and appointed to 1-year terms. And also assigned committees, these board members are generally high school age residents in the county, are allowed to provide input, debate topics, and vote on issues, however, their vote is not tabulated for the purpose of official vote. West County Board of Supervisors does hereby establish a youth on the county board program under the direction of the UW Extension or UW Extension 4-H/Community Youth Development Agent, and then, and the agent's designated committee, with all details not included in this authorizing resolution should be determined by the committee. So,
Right now it's under extension.
in the resolution, it's under that, I mean, there's nothing to say that a different resolution couldn't be brought forward.
Now that something drags on so long, 1 month we talk about
Right.
this, and the next month.
Well, is
next month,
extension on
next
board
thing you know,
with-
term's half over.
Fulfilling this, or don't we know?
Extension would be fine with it, but it's never been brought to us.
No.
Not once has it been brought to us.
Well, that's why I kinda wanted the next agenda, cause I think we need to address how we want this to proceed from them, but it's our choice.
Extension, I have no problem, let's go with that.
I mean, I'd rather see them, whether they like it or not, run that, because,
Not if they're gonna turn it into a shambles,
well,
and that's where it's gonna go.
we have the oversight committee, we should track that, right?
You know, we're gonna work fast, really.
And we wanna move fast.
Okay.
But thank you for giving, taking the lead on that, recruiting. I know. You do good. That's just that, 5 people.
I think it's gonna be a never ending thing, because if you have it assigned to someone, you know, you can have someone that's passionate about a certain topic, and then if that position changes and the next one is not as passionate about it, it gets dropped in the gutter, to put it bluntly. So where are you gonna put it so that it gets addressed the same no matter what,
I think that.
if you're gonna change it?
County clerk or admin coordinator, they attend pretty much all of the committee meetings, so they would be a good liaison versus having it under the Justice Youth and Extension, they have one committee meeting that they attend. They're not as familiar with all the aspects of county government.
I would agree with that.
Could almost be, could it not be a joint effort between the two positions, so if someone didn't, the other one would have that option? Would that be unheard of?
No, I don't think so. Well, I mean, the clerk's office takes minutes for almost all meetings, so I think, you know, whether or not it's Connie or her deputies, kind of.
She came in and she, job shadowed me.
She still wanna come back.
Yeah.
I just don't think that we wanna do anything to deter that when we don't have.
Exactly, we had minimal interest anyways, and now this girl has been waiting since, what, April?
And no.
No one's reached out, why don't we just, why doesn't somebody just draft a new resolution to bring to the next county board meeting and be done with it?
I was just gonna ask, do we have the? That resolution though.
Well, this is one male and one female, I think that should probably.
I think that's discriminatory.
Yeah, because it
We have
wasn't so the last time.
Yeah.
Yeah, the last time we had 2 females anyways.
Okay, if you wanna limit it
Okay.
to just 2,
That's what we
if there's not, huh?
That's what we had.
That's what we've had.
Cause there is a fiscal impact though.
There is a fiscal
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a fiscal impact, so if you wanted more than two, then it would probably need to go back to finance.
Okay.
Or it does say up to 2 committees in this resolution too, so, you know, it's not like they're gonna be attending every single one. But we wanna make sure that they're at different committee meetings too, I think.
Ashley, in this committee, do we have the authority, and I guess the question is, I don't mind, so the entire half confused me, but to make a motion to move this into the clerk's office and get this going forward upon the okay for the extension in August?
Well, because it's a resolution, we would need another resolution
That's why I was
to-
asking,
Yeah.
yeah, so we can't override that resolution
No.
just by moving from one, location to another.
Correct.
Okay.
The only sponsor on this particular resolution was the county board chair. That's right.
So one of y'all could sponsor a resolution without it having to go back to, so it could, if one of you wanted to sponsor the resolution, go to county board in July rather than waiting for it to go to extension and then county board in August.
I don't have a problem with that either. Maybe we'll put the county board chair makes the final determination. No, I mean, I would do that.
Cause I mean, like Jamie said, the original was just submitted by a supervisor.
In the meantime, I'm trying to approve others.
We're at then,
So we want Connie to draft the resolution and then we can sponsor.
I'll sponsor.
Yeah.
No, I think-
I mean, I'm
I
certainly
think
willing
it's
to
a
help
good
you.
idea. I think it's a good idea. Yeah. I think it's a real good idea. I mean, you know, out of the four that we had a couple that got very involved, and a couple that didn't.
We had one drop right off the face of the earth.
Yeah.
I don't know, but the other one, yeah, we had two options.
Jamie and I have
Let's have that
snacks,
anything,
so.
But I think, I think Bob, you know, saying like, you know, how do I reach out to the homeschool, I'd like to do that, for many reasons. You know, as well as I'm trying to get into ladies'
We
school,
have to have a chat about etiquette before.
Right,
I can't do
yeah,
it.
we might
Not
decorum during the.
Considering what time we're pushing on.
One day.
Are you okay with that, then you'll draft it?
Yeah.
I can reach out to the
Ashley? HR.
Okay. Alright, so we have 3 avenues we can take with HR that I'll kinda lay out here. The first is, going down the recruiter path. So Jamie reached out to Andy Alvarado, who's now up in Sawyer County, and asked, him who had, done his recruitment. And he, reached back out, giving us the name of a firm and a cost. He believes that it would be around $20,000 to recruit for an HR position. So that would be, you know, a significant cost. And then I would also just like to state that I think part of the reason we can't hire an HR manager is because the salary is just not there. So I'm not sure it would be a $20,000 well spent. The second option is that we could contract with a consultant, and we received a proposal from, I believe it's in your packet. Create Think Consulting. So she lays out services that would be included in the $85 an hour contract rate. And then the additional services would be another $85 on top of that rate.
I'll put the whole thing over, yeah.
website.
It's very bad.
Very bad.
She's not the other client, so.
Yes, she said if we want, references, that she would be happy to provide those. at an administrative assistant or HR coordinator, kind of a lump sum, and I don't know if that description made it in the packet or not, I can pull it up on the screen.
See what Andy had said about what they had.
Oh,
Just a quick here, guys. At the rate that they're offering the contract to us at the $16 a week, would be $71,000 a year.
You figuring at 85 or 170?
85.
right, and likely a lot of what we would need would fall under the 170 an hour.
So that minimum, yeah.
But that's the minimum cost right there.
Yep.
Of 16 hours a week at the 85, the 71,000.
And that does not even kind of cover all of the things that we're
Mhm.
doing right now for that.
Yeah, there was, Jamie mentioned there's nothing about FMLA or FLSA, you know, labor laws, things like that that's what we are reaching out to consultants about right now. So if we still have to reach out to someone else, that seems not productive.
I have a,
That person may not be hire somebody else to do that.
I have a kind of a little bit of heartburn with contracting with somebody to do this, cause I think they're gonna do 99.5% of what they're doing from wherever they're at and send it in. That still gives the employee nobody to go talk to. On a one-to-one basis.
So Andy did respond to Jamie too, that Sawyer County has an HR coordinator versus a manager. Andy says that she works with me, I don't believe she has a degree or official training in HR, but she has years of experience. She originally worked in the sheriff's department, thank Deb Flater, and then moved into the HR role years ago. We don't contract out for anything except attorney costs for HR issues, and we've been able to keep those bills in the hundreds of dollars a month. So, to put the Rusk County's spin on that, our, HR legal bills had been in the hundreds of dollars a month until we had a hostile work environment claim. So if you took those costs, which are extenuating, out of that, we were, I don't know, I was always under 1,000 at the beginning of the year, I believe. So I think we could look seriously at an HR coordinator like Sawyer has, rather than an HR manager. But still know that we've got Von Breeze in there for
Did,
legal
with their
issues.
coordinator, did he give you a salary?
No.
It'd have to be a lot more hours than.
It would be a full-time, I would think, position.
No, I'm glad I was.
Sounds a lot better than part-time.
Well, here, is this in your packet? Is the, okay.
I don't think the budget's available there, I'll say.
I'm gonna steal this from you.
We could probably look at HHS taking over.
I think Jeremy would be great at HR.
Feels like it's appropriate. Go to a generalist.
Do you guys know the mic only works when something's plugged into that?
The what?
The what?
The mic was working when Jeremy was presenting, when he unplugged, the mic quit working, and now the mic is working again, and you plugged that in. Otherwise, you guys haven't had a mic the whole time.
You don't need it.
No, I'm just saying, do you guys know that that only is working when,
Oh, yeah, when the system's off, the audio doesn't work.
yeah.
Are you having trouble hearing us?
Well, at halftime, I can't hear people. Jonathan, especially, I can't hear him.
We should just mic you up.
No, I'm not authorized.
So this is a description that I believe Andy Alvarado and the previous board chair had put together. And this is for administrative assistant HR coordinator. And it hits, a lot of the things that we are missing right now without someone dedicated to HR.
So what would this position not do that the HR manager would do?
Right, so they wouldn't be, you know, a department head. I would say we wouldn't expect them to have an expert knowledge of labor laws either. So we would still need to reach out to an attorney on a more complicated case, but they should have an understanding of FMLA. They should have an understanding of benefits. But it's that higher level, you know, drafting a policy from scratch. Probably an HR coordinator couldn't do, they would need help with that.
Well, I'm reading quite a few things up there in that description that in my opinion, weren't getting done due to time constraints. So I don't think this is a road that we wanna go down, because, in my personal opinion, because I thought we were trying to correct some of this when we came up with the HR position. And I don't think this is correcting anything, I think it's just throwing mud back in the pond.
As far as, cause it's still a full-time person doing this job.
Right, but if you combine AC, that's what it said up on top, correct?
No, it's an administrative assistant.
Okay, I thought it said administrative coordinator, HR.
No, administrative
/HR
assistant.
coordinator. But, I don't know, if we don't have someone somewhat knowledgeable in this stuff, I don't know.
But Jim, if you read the education requirements, they are bringing that into.
Okay, so all those requirements in there, of the last, how many postings we did, how many met that first paragraph?
With a bachelor's degree, you mean how many people we interviewed?
Yeah, met that first paragraph.
Less than half, I would say.
Well, we had some with the degree, but not with the experience to take
Right.
the manager role. So I think that really, all but one of them met this minimum. Cause we did have good candidates for, you know, there was at least one that we would have, you know,
Liked to have
for this type of position, but was not ready
for a manager.
I mean, one of the lines there, let's see. Is this in a related field followed by a minimum of 3 years of successful experience in human resource management? Well, heck, nobody gave us an HR manager the last how many times we put out applications. You're just changing the title, but still asking for the same thing, is the way I'm reading this right now.
Well, but with the HR manager, they reported directly to the committee, so there are responsibilities there as well that we wouldn't expect for the HR coordinator. So, you know, the HR manager would come to personnel, present all of these things, whereas if we had a coordinator, they would be working with me. And they wouldn't have the responsibility of having to come to a committee meeting.
Well, I see what you're saying, that 3 years maybe wouldn't be necessarily required for this of experience if they have the degree.
right, maybe experience in human resources, not in human resource management necessarily.
Then they go on to say though that an equivalent combination of education and experience sufficient to successfully perform the essential duties of the job as those listed above.
Like at the end of the day, what do you want the person to do? Whether it's a manager or it's this, what do you want them to do? I mean, really, I'm probably speaking out of turn, but what do you really want the person to do? So we had that person do what they did, and it was, from a department head standpoint, it was great. It was nice to have that person to be able to go to. But what do you really want the person to do?
Well, we wanted the manager, but we could have gotten one.
And what is that, what box does that check for our county? Does that say,
I don't think, Jeremy, though, that we checked the box we wanted to check with the candidate we hired.
so then that's the question you're answering right here, is what do you need this to say to check those boxes? Or do you need to increase the wage to be able to meet the, if you find your candidate, and I said this before, doesn't matter which job it is, if you find your candidate, you're gonna have to pay your candidate.
It wasn't that bad of a wage side of thing, was it?
Yeah, I think it's good, it's just now that that person moved along, and now you have interviewed new people, and you've offered position, and if it's been wage, if you really like that person, and they're your person, then you gotta pay them. But that's where it comes down to, you gotta pay them, if that's your candidate, then you gotta pay them.
Has any of our candidates was money an issue for anybody we weren't able to recruit?
No one has specifically mentioned money, no.
Okay, so
That is my guess, because I have friends who work in HR in the cities and their salaries are unbelievable.
You just go to Chippewa South, and it's
Yeah.
100.
Yeah, well, 6 figures for an HR manager is standard. Yeah.
The cities make a lot of money on this too.
Well,
Isn't Tony in Chippewa makes 115, I think is her number. It's a lot, I mean, it's a lot, but it's Chippewa, Chippewa's bigger, but, you know, so it boils down to, again, speaking way out of turn here, but it boils down to, what do you want the person to do? What's the job description? But then really, when you have them sitting in that chair in that office, what do you want them to do? What do you want them to accomplish for you that will either be an HR generalist and handle some of that stuff, or do you want them to be an HR manager?
Do what we want and what's, we might not do the same.
You could put this knucklehead in that chair, in that HR chair, you can do it, we can do all kinds of things, but it's not an expertise in HR. Labor law, and you learn that stuff, but you're not an expert, as a go-to for those services, you get paid for that, you get paid somebody.
For 78.
So who turned it all down, was it them or us, or what? That you couldn't get together, what?
It was a little bit of both, Bob.
When was the last time we were advertised for HR manager? We might have to just throw it out there and see what happens too.
I mean, it's been 6 months and like, we can't keep floating in. It's a lot on county staff, my staff, me, Ashley, like.
And we're not moving ahead as far as what we're
Right.
I agree with that.
Well, I know, but most of our jobs are underpaid, we all realize that.
Just this is a different realm, this is expertise on some specific things.
Well, if we change the title, my guess is a good share of the education, experience, skills, etc. job duties are gonna be very similar to what is under HR manager right now. It's gonna go back to JDQ and get a new JDQ done, which could very possibly, who knows, drop it $10 an hour, and I think we're gonna be in the same boat we're in right now, trying to find someone to fill the position. That's what my gut's telling me.
That's only not bad, couple months, 2 months. I mean, so, you know, it's expensive, we may have to look at some outside help. Short term, I don't know if it's a long term answer.
As far as a recruiter?
No, I just think whatever, I don't know if it's the right company, but.
Well, the things that we need help with are, our meeting with new employees in person, explaining the benefits to them, getting them enrolled and everything, getting them set up in the system. Taking
Things
care
that
of,
require someone in this building. Yeah.
taking care of scheduling the interviews, so like, you know, working with the departments to select the candidates for interviews.
If someone has a question on FMLA or disability, that person really needs to be in this building.
Handling employee complaints.
Yeah, but you need somebody that can come and talk to if they're having a problem.
Exactly.
That's what,
Yeah.
Not just getting them set up, see.
Right.
But then what happens is you get bogged down with county board members that want to spend time with that person too, because of things that they wanna talk about too, and so it gets to be a lot, I think that's what happened. Cause that's a needed position, I mean,
Yeah.
just the FMLA, it's ridiculous, it's just, there's questions that department heads have that you can know enough to be dangerous, but you're not an expert in it. And so there's nuances.
Yeah, and nothing in this proposal here mentions FMLA.
Need to abandon wage people, got enough of that on their own.
So that's almost saying this isn't quite what we want you to do. And we're trying to rock and hard.
You just,
What we want is an HR manager, but I'm not sure we can get that with the salary.
What do you think would be the salary, an attractive salary?
100,000. I'm being totally serious. Someone who lives in this county like 10 minutes away is pulling in like 120K as an HR.
Well, I've heard that numerous times.
Yeah.
On this law.
Yeah, I know. But HR is
highest paid
a big
employees.
job.
you'd be the highest paid employee.
Right.
Yeah, no,
And it's
What-
not grading out at the top though either, so
No,
that's.
it's not, yeah.
it's not what.
It's not grading out at the top, it's what, a 19?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a grade 19.
But sadly enough, that person can also literally make or break you.
You need somebody.
Somebody someplace to start out, they would be glad to get in.
Yeah, thank you.
And that's why we're proposing
We had
this,
a couple
so
of-
that we can hire somebody at that, and they can
Lower
grow
wage.
into, they can grow into that position.
Right, and if we bring someone in at a lower rate, as they're learning and growing, we still have the wiggle room to have attorney fees for those higher level problems. You know,
Now we're on the same page.
We had,
right, yeah.
we had a couple that would have fell into this pretty close, but didn't meet for a manager.
But they apply to have the wages of men who are manager advertised wage, so they may not apply for jobs and benefits for this.
I guess we don't know until we
I
try.
think that one really would.
The one would, I think.
Everybody knows
Interested.
Yeah, they were,
They interviewed for.
yes, yep, they were qualified, they seemed passionate, but they had zero experience.
Is that the person who was in school?
I guess.
Yeah.
So, did anybody actually talk to a recruiter to see if we're even, I mean, is it possible to even fill this position? Are there people even out there that match the criteria we're looking for? I mean, they should be able to tell you that off the top of your head.
I have not reached out directly to, Public Administration Associates.
Until we got.
Cause I thought last meeting we roughly discussed that a little bit, that we were gonna look out, or I think I asked to look out and see what the feedback was, cause we gotta do something here. But if we're gonna change the job description up in the title at JDQ, you're talking another 2-3 months. We probably should have posted the job in there.
I can do that right this second if you want me to.
You might as well give that a try, see what happens,
Okay.
post it again.
It takes us on.
Well, right, and we thought we had the right person, and that changed on a dime, unfortunately, but
It's a
Good thing it did.
Yeah.
There was another one on their part, Zuckerberg,
no, it was on there.
Yeah, but they didn't tell you why.
I mean, how much different is our HR manager description from this right here that we're looking at?
Okay, I've got that somewhere, give me a second to look it up.
Manager position at Masters though, or something, was it that?
Masters was preferred, I think.
As soon as you start doing that, you're.
And were these two job descriptions, were they presented to the county board at the same time when they decided to go manager versus? Okay.
This one, I think, is the first time I've seen the, what you showed us.
Yeah,
Oh,
I've
the
never
one
seen
from
it
Lee?
before.
Oh,
Or we created this one.
Yeah, we had, the HR manager came up from scratch, more or less, with a little help with the internet. A lot of help.
Tried a lot of help from the internet.
Yeah.
Where's the, educational requirements, Ash?
here, like, just, I'll highlight this one, this is a big one here that I really would like to see from whoever does HR, the benefits program. You know, studying utilization, is there something we offer as a cafeteria that so many people take advantage of that maybe we should consider paying a portion of it? Are we paying a portion of something that people don't really take, you know, someone who can do some analysis like that?
Working with JA Counter to
Yes,
determine.
exactly, and Jamie and I are doing that to the best of our ability, but our plates are so full.
The employee surveys.
Yes.
Help flush out some of that.
Yes.
And you really have to dig. And that wasn't important.
Mhm.
Master's degree was preferred, but wasn't required.
Oh, union negotiations was another thing that's not in the HR coordinator, that you expected from the manager.
This one's only asking for 2 years of experience in human resource roles.
Should we take the union negotiations out?
3 years of labor relations.
For the manager role?
The manager should definitely head union negotiations.
I think if I was reading that, that would be a big pain in my butt.
Well,
But who's it gonna fall on then if not,
Well,
me?
We're not, the actual contract negotiation, not so much the day-to-day. If you're, I mean, some places the union can be pretty strong, where it's a full time, I mean, so the HR, I mean, that's a big portion of the job is dealing with the union. And I don't think we do that, I mean, I don't think our work, deal with union grievances every day.
not every day,
Not
but.
every day, but when they come up, they're, whew,
Oh, boy.
yeah.
I wonder if,
Can't blame them.
Actually, I wonder if,
Right, and no, and all of the union stuff Jamie and I have dealt with in the last few months has been totally legit, it's just,
Yeah,
it's a lot of work.
and a lot of in between.
Takes a long time to go through the contract too.
Yeah.
Right, and we have not had to go through that yet, but
Yeah,
next
that's
year we will.
actually, I wonder if maybe you and Jamie and maybe that knucklehead sitting in the corner over there. The one I'm picking on, he's shaking his head, he knows I'm picking on him.
Wonder how far over you are.
And maybe even a couple of us should sit down and combine these two into something that will work. Repost in the meantime.
I was gonna just ask you that, can we repost in the meantime, please?
Right,
Okay.
but if we're gonna do something, maybe we gotta reach out to somebody else outside of here to get this put together, should I say, right?
Well, I don't know if an outside person can help us decide what we need though, for our county.
No, but they might be able to help us decide what falls under what classification, more so than what we've got here. That's my only thought. I agree with you about what we need for our county. But are you calling it a manager, a generalist, an assistant? What typically falls under them? Are we asking too much out of this one? Are we not asking enough out of that one? Where, and find out where the pay scale should be on 1, 2, or A, B, C, D. Where is the shortcomings?
Wasn't Vicky from Von Briesen deep in HR before she became?
She was the HR director in, where's Kitsy at now?
City of Eau Claire.
City of Eau Claire.
She should have, after, as much as she's done with us in the last year, she should have a pretty good feel of what we need.
That's true.
Yeah.
Very true. Very true.
Maybe it'll save a lot of time, just by going right
Should we
there.
just ask her how
Well,
much?
I think I'm gonna reach out to Tony too and ask for a job description. I think we can do this in a way that we don't need to pay any money.
Well, and no, I agree with that, but when I say reaching out, I'm talking whether it's Vicky, whether it's somebody in Chippewa County, whether it's somebody that knows that works in this area. I mean, I think there's enough intelligence to put this together, but when we're looking at some of this stuff as we did when yours was written or HR was written, totally knowing what we needed was probably more of the problem than actually writing down what we did.
So if you repost this, you're gonna repost it as this one?
Yes. Yep. I'll repost it before I leave tonight.
Let's get out and do it.
Yeah. Yep.
Thoughts, Jim, Jonathan?
No, I think we need to keep keep revising it here, and, I mean, a backup plan.
Yeah, just go with a couple of paths concurrently, so post it to happen. Other alternatives such as different type of job or job description. The chips land, I guess. Well, Connie got us a county youth rep, maybe she can recruit us to HR or something.
She tried about 6 times, I know, yeah.
Yeah.
There was another individual that vehemently informed us that the private sector's paying 6 figures and she wanted nothing to do with government.
Oh my God,
Well, like,
I think we may have talked to the same person.
very possible, I
She
don't know.
told me the same thing. Huh.
Well, the bad part about it.
That part of the law, but you can't convert the cities to here because the funds are not.
But you can't compare private to government either. Actually, you got anything more you wanna say on this, or?
No, thank you for the direction. That's all we needed.
Scott, you wanna come on up a little closer, or? On-call compensation.
Wow.
We're almost halfway done.
Yeah, that's kind of a joint effort here.
A whole bunch of months ago, I had brought to this committee, after the Human Services Board approved moving it along, my request was 1 day additional, or I'm sorry, 1 hour additional per day for our on-call mobile crisis staff. And so essentially what that looks like, thank you, essentially what that looked like was, based on my calculation, you got 365 days at an average wage of $25.77. It's $9,663 to $12,939 because you have different level of employees in human services that are on call. And so that's my impact, is like 12,900. And so that was that ask. But at that meeting here, the discussion was, this scratches 2 other departments, highway and maintenance. So the data that you have in front of you, then that Jamie did, kind of spells out what our calls and response time in human services has declined significantly over the last 3 years. We were averaging 147 assessments. The last 2 years, we've had 68 events where we responded, and 68 to 75 events where we.
Yeah, and this is the first 6 months of this year. This is actual, so I did it for the 3 departments. The first one you see is the social worker. So that on-call cost is just the actual cost that we're paying somebody to be on call, to carry the phone. That does not include actual reporting hours. And so for the social workers, the total cost of just them to carry the phone, the hour per day, Monday through Friday, 2 hours Saturday, 2 hours Sunday, was $7,086.75. Of all the time they're on call, according to my count, it was 19 in-person responses were required in that 6 months. When the social workers are on call, they are required to be able to, they're on call for that entire day, and they have to be able to report in within half an hour of getting a phone call. So if they're on call on a Tuesday night and they're a single parent, they've gotta have somebody lined up to watch their kids so that they can be called in. They get called in the middle of the night, and if there's no guarantee that they're going to get called, but they have to be ready. So they could be, paying somebody, say, $50 to be there to watch their kids, and then only, not even get called in. So they, that's a benefit to them, but at the same time, it could end up costing them. Also on here, the third column with numbers, kind of right in the middle there, the hours worked related to call-ins. So in that 6 months, the first 6 months of this year, they've had 114 hours reported on their timesheets for whether it's phone calls or the time they get paid for actually reporting in. And I didn't calculate the cost on that, but the average hourly burden rate is $30.28. So times the 114, that's another $3,451.92. So the fiscal impact that I calculated with Jeremy adding another hour of pay for being on call each day would be $11,051.87 based on the average hourly rate. And then I also did the same thing for both highway and maintenance and what those costs are. And with highway, generally the person that's on call is not actually the one reporting in. So they just have to be able to answer the phone. Again, it could be at all hours of the night, but it doesn't have the response requirement that social service workers, social workers are required to have. And even then, it looks like there's 28 phone calls that they took in the first 6 months. And this is what's reported, so it's possible that they're taking more and just not reporting them. So I tried to put notes. And sometimes, like the highway workers and the maintenance workers are on PTO or on leave at the same time that they're being paid for on call. Whereas like the social workers, they can't be on vacation, they have to be there and able to respond. maintenance ones, I mean, didn't see any phone calls being recorded, I don't know if they're just not putting them on their timesheets. My understanding is that the facilities manager, this policy was written, the on-call for maintenance was written before we didn't have an exempt employee in that department, when we didn't have a facilities manager, it was after, like, Natus had left and Andy was the department head for maintenance, and so they put this maintenance on-call policy in place. So that there was always somebody from maintenance on call, but I think that the maintenance staff are taking the on-call rotation, but the facilities manager is actually the one that's being called. And usually he's the one responding as well, because there's only 4 responses in the first 6 months here. Cause I don't know, some of the people that are on call, I don't know that they would really be able to respond if there was a leak in the jail or something that they got a call. They probably have to call somebody else to report it on that.
I guess you got us a report, what does they ask here?
Well, Jeremy is asking for an additional hour of pay for the social workers, but right now they all fall under the same policy. So, I just wanted you guys to have the data for all of them in front of you before, so that you can decide how you want to change.
This thing is outstanding, because what I did not calculate is the payroll cost.
Oh.
I just did the hours, the payroll cost. That's why you do what you do. Good. Very good work.
What are the ones that I got checked when I first go?
Maybe I would have done food, but we don't know.
What are they? There's no.
That's just the on-call rotation.
So this I think was developed, again, I don't wanna speak out of turn here, but I think that the discussion was, I think when Andy was still here, that maintenance needed to have an on-call, like we on-call, so they just chose our model, but I don't know what they do, I don't know what that responsibility is, other than if there was.
Well, and when is it effective to have administrative staff on that? Can they respond to those calls? I mean, I understand, like, the jail is 24/7. If there's something happening there, it needs to be dealt with, but.
Some of that was something to do with the airport when planes are coming in and stuff.
And Gary is, I don't know how many,
I don't know what the runway that needs to be kept up.
But
You get a snow
this is
department.
what's reported, I don't.
That was part of it, that it was implemented, that they got the advancing because the airport was.
You said it's only 37. Change batteries or smoke detectors or something.
Oh, for the whole,
For a 6-month period.
Yeah. So when somebody's on call, how do they know they're on call?
They have a rotation. So, like, with the maintenance though, I know, in my opinion, it's being treated as an additional stipend to give the employees more pay, because they're not the ones that are getting the calls, they're not the ones that are responding.
Scott, how is highways?
Anyway, well, you see, for 6 months of ours, whatever, you're gonna see high numbers, because we did not have a night watchman. So, we didn't have anybody there, and on the on-call phone, dispatch would be calling, them guys would be calling in the snowplow drivers, whatever being needed, storm, whatever. if the on-call person woke up because the sheriff's department called him, he'd have to go out the road and check to see what's going on. But she never charged for it, but he'd go out to see what's going on to call the people that he needed.
Sometimes the sheriff's department will call you direct to an home.
Sometimes the sheriff's department calls you for a toy laying on the road and.
Yes, they will. Once it's your number, they won't forget it.
I mean, it works all ways. I mean, you have a guy, you got your rotation of your guys that hold the phone. Every Sunday gets switched to the next guy, they hold it for whatever week, whatever. So, it's just the way it works, so. But that guy that's on call, he's also responsible for getting up in the morning on snow days to see what's going on if we have no nightmen. Again, which I'm hoping this year we get a night watchman back on board again. Cause that'd carry all the way until 2 o'clock in the morning. Cause when I was the night watchman, I always took them calls all the way until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. That way there was no calls going to, call phone at night time.
There's like a cell phone, you just transfer from person to person who's on call, or?
Correct.
There wasn't that way, the commissioner and the superintendent fielded all the calls, but then when he couldn't get them, then he'd call you, me directly at home, and then,
Correct.
once you start doing that, then you got a steady job.
Well, that's the way we go. If the on-call phone didn't get answered, the telephone call would be passed on. It'd either go to Tim Myers or it will go to me. Most of the time, they'll call me.
Pagers don't work, they have been, never seen that.
So Jeremy, what are you looking at here then?
My original request was to, as of 1/1/2024, add 1 additional hour per day and the 10 holidays to the on-call compensation in health and human services.
So Jamie's got that calculated out on the very back page.
And that's based on like the current wage, but I only, for the average wage, I took the wages after the implementation of the wage study to make sure that they more accurate representation
And you're saying the impact is the 11,000?
of adding another hour per day. So
For,
that times
for how long?
365.
A year?
Yeah, per year. Yeah, cause the numbers that are at the top there, that's just, 6 months.
So just to understand correctly, we're gonna go from 7,000 to 18,000?
Well, the 7,000 is 6 months, so right now it'd be like 14,000 per year.
25?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry.
That's just for HHS.
Yes, just the social workers. Other departments that have on-call are ambulance and medical examiner, but the medical examiner is very limited. The medical examiner takes the majority of the on-call, and then she just, when she's on vacation, she has somebody else being paid to be on call.
Has this been through your committee or anywhere else, Jeremy, or?
Yes.
Finance.
Just through my committee, then this is my next stop. And again, the contributing factors here to finance then would be, we have Medicaid reimbursement offset for some of this. Generally was about $6,500 to $9,000 a year. When we assess somebody that has Medicaid, we get reimbursement at $43 and some change per hour that we submit through the Medicaid system, specific to mobile crisis response. Generally speaking, mental health, AOD.
Any idea how much of this possible 25,000 would hit Clinton?
Same conversation, it's all trickle down.
And it all depends too on placement costs, because, if they don't have high level placement costs in children, family, and adult services, then there's more funding available to cover other expenses.
Any more questions on this? I guess what prompted it, Jeremy?
Exactly what Jamie says is that, for as long as I can remember, our department has been responsible to be on call 24 hours a day on a rotation basis, and it significantly impacts our out-of-home placement cost. We have the lowest out-of-home placement adults and kids in the region, and I think this is a significant contributing factor. We meet people in crisis, we help them assess themselves, and we provide linkage and follow-up to them. And as a result, I think we create that relationship and we keep them in the community, and we're managing risk. And so as a result, I think it's recruitment, retention. We're asking people to be on call, we're asking them to get up in the middle of the night and meet with folks that are in crisis. And I think it's compensation for that. Because of the fiscal impact, you can definitely say no. I mean, I'm always very fair when I come and talk about this. This is a big deal. This is a big deal to our staff that could assist in making a decision on whether they go someplace else or not, where they don't have to be on call. We're the only system in the region, in the western region, that does on call like this. Other people, other counties, they contract with like Northwest Connection to do this service, and that's like $100,000 to have the same coverage, 24/7 coverage across a spectrum of service. It's very expensive.
And that's like a hotline, right? That's not an in-person response.
They pay to have to respond. A replicated service through Northwest Connections is gonna be $85,000 to $100,000 based on our circumstances. Having to respond to do face-to-face assessments, they have to still hire a pool of people to do that. We do that here with our 8 staff and share the responsibility, managed by Chris and Ashley and myself.
Questions? What's that?
Oh, like when there was a new recruit, I think they like split the on-call coverage for the day or something. Yeah. Something like that, yeah.
Some of these decisions, we don't necessarily have, maybe Jamie does or the finance team, but some things, your decisions will be impacted by where we're sitting on the budget too, if we're gonna cut stuff for next year, if we have a lot of surplus. Right, that steers that direction, so, I mean, I don't know, but I don't know, feel better asking the finance to consider, I mean, again, some of these things, some lean years, you don't add things that maybe like, just like the crystal beds.
Well, this would involve a change in policy, and right now the policy covers social workers, social service workers, maintenance, and highway all under the same policy, so that would require, and that's why I presented all 3 of them, because do you want one policy for all of them, or is it appropriate to split it, have each department write their own policy and bring that for?
To be honest with you, I think it's better off to have a policy from each department, because each department is completely different from the other one.
I agree.
This one size fits all never has really worked.
General personnel, for everybody.
This is in the personnel handbook, and like Jamie said, right now, they're all lumped together. Yep.
So I went through chapter 6 that specifically would address this and just made my changes, but it's, all it is number. It's not, the policy is still the same as from 8 AM to 8 AM. A person will take it on a rotation basis, social workers, social service workers, and then Friday 8 AM to Monday 8 AM when you have the weekend. The functionality of that is you know, how we respond. But the personnel handbook just says that's what the requirement is. And then the subsequent compensation would be 2 for Monday through Thursday and 8 for the weekend. And then 3 on the holiday, 3 additional on the holiday versus 2.
Eight for the weekend, you said?
Yeah, 'cause I think
It's Friday, well, it's fine for the week or Friday, Saturday.
yeah, so 2, 4,
Oh, gotcha.
1.
Okay, sweet.
So it'd be 2 for Friday, 3 and 3. Would be 8 total. You had me second guessing. I was second guessing.
Well, and like, each of them kind of handles it differently too, like HHS does it kind of on a daily basis with the exception of the weekends are like one chunk, and then highway does it like a whole week at a time, maintenance tends to do it a week at a time.
I think this should be rewritten, I think, and split up. Really do. The policy that is, I mean, it's a policy change. And I just don't agree with a one size fits all. It don't, because every one of these departments is completely different from the other one. I mean, maybe highway and maintenance are a little closer to each other, but definitely not to HHS.
Reading this, I don't even know if there's really a difference in their patterns. So, we need a motion to bring back next month with policies or?
Well, I think that the departments should probably bring it to their oversight committees first, and then, which Jeremy pretty much already has.
But I would rewrite this then, just to take out all the other departments and specifically organize me.
I don't think we need a motion on that, Jonathan, that's just gonna have to get, come back, am I correct?
Yeah, no,
Yeah, just come back to us with each department, I think, with their own policy.
But I should go back to my committee.
Rewrite it, yeah, bring it to your, the policy to your committee, but I would say for budget purposes, budget for it as if it goes through, so you can show, you know, how it fits into your budget.
Yeah, basically, we budgeted for our on-call phone.
Yeah, just write up, you know, a policy that's specific to highway, you know, to put into the personnel handbook, and then bring that to your committee and.
yeah, and take the opportunity to outline anything you might want,
Like the
expectations of when your staff is on call.
And what they, you know, the response time, et cetera.
Yeah, exactly. Do they need to be responding within half an hour, within an hour? Things like that. Just take the opportunity as long as you're rewriting the policy.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sound good? Standard hours per department heads. Some of this is new.
Yes, so, sorry, I was writing a note to tell Gary about that, so, in looking at, you know, pay across departments and stuff, there are some department heads and some non-department heads, not everybody's on the same number of hours per week. And some department heads are being paid for 40 hours a week, while others are only being paid for 38.75. So, you know, what we're proposing is that department heads were expected to put in more than 38.75 hours a week. We put in 40 hours a week or more, pretty much every week, that we pay the department heads all the same. Whether it's 38.75 hours for the week or 40 hours for the week, but to make that fair.
Does anybody remember why certain department heads are at 40 and others are not?
Well, I was just thinking that same thing, where the hell did
Yeah, how was that justified?
That was before my time.
Because, I mean, Ashley and I are both paid on, based on 38.75, and
All courthouse employees were at 38.75. Through union negotiations years ago, instead of giving a raise, they gave another 15-minute unpaid lunch, which cut you off at hour 25 a week. So all of the normal courthouse employees have been at the 38.75. I don't know in the courthouse, other than maybe the forest administrator, any department head that's at 40 in the courthouse. Jeremy, you're not. So the courthouse hours have always been the 38.75, and for some reason they changed forestries to 40.
Emergency services is also 40, highways also 40.
What was someone saying that, was they giving it for 15 minutes for lunch break or something? Instead of doing a pay raise or something, they do more time on it.
But the forest administrator, emergency services, and highway are all subject to our employee handbook. So why are some treated, it's the same discussion we just had with the exempt, non-exempt. Why, and I guess no one here can probably answer why that decision was made, but.
I mean, we're required to attend meetings outside of normal work hours, so, we're available to, the staff of the courthouse during normal business hours and then staying, we're never, hardly ever putting in a 38.75 hour.
40 hours don't even cover your time that you put in.
Right, we're only getting paid for 38.75.
So, is that a factor?
I mean, it depends on which way you want to run it, whether it's putting everybody at the 38.75 or putting everybody at the 40, and if you wanna just do department heads, if you wanna do any all exempt employees, or how.
Won't hardly do any good to put you at 38.75, because you're working more hours than 40.
Well, they're at 38.
That's what department heads are at, except for the three mentioned.
But I don't think, to be honest with you.
And I think, jail captain's paid out 40, and chief deputy 40 as well.
Okay.
The problem is, I don't think moving department heads to 40 without, because if you look at forestry, the whole staff is 40, not just the department head.
The admin is not. The office manager.
Yeah. You look at highway, everybody out there is 40. Except for probably no office, I don't know, Jeff is or not.
Deb's paid at 40, Emily's at the 38.75.
But I guess my point is, if you move just a select few department heads to 40, you're gonna wind up with the rest of the employees in here breathing down your neck.
Well, if they work 40 though, they get paid for 40, that's the difference.
Non-exempt employees don't get paid if they work 40 hours.
There's people besides department heads that don't get paid if they work for more than 40 hours.
Who's not getting paid for time that they're
If
working?
you're non-exempt, you don't get paid, and there's people that aren't department heads that fall under that. So it wouldn't just be department
She
heads.
doesn't get paid.
I don't get paid for more than that if I work more than that.
Oh, I know, that's exactly what our point is.
But I'm not a department head.
Right, I
So
know, but
your
that's why
proposal
Jamie
would-
said we could apply it to exempt employees.
Well, that'd be a bigger problem than just department heads, and if you don't get paid too.
I'm just, it's the department heads that are consistently putting in
50, 60 hours a week.
So which, you want it changed to 40, is that what I'm getting right now?
We want
Department heads.
consistency.
So is there a fiscal impact here?
Yeah.
Definitely.
Has anybody figured that out?
I have not yet, I didn't know which direction you'd want to go with this, I mean, because there's office staff that are paid, for 40, but
And the
operate
majority
at
of,
the same hours as the rest of the courthouse staff, so.
and the majority of department heads are at 38.75.
Yes. Well, half, I suppose.
Go figure.
guess.
Well, that's, I just didn't know which direction you'd wanna go, if you'd wanna take hours down or take them up, so. And who you'd wanna include in it too.
Pretty much down, look how the situation you're talking about, if you're already putting in more hours now, why would that help bring them back down?
Right, we're just looking for.
Be more equitable.
I was thinking of that one.
There's being equitable, but there's also being fair. If you got a good employee, I think we need to bite my tongue, I guess, but, cause I'm sorely against tax and spend. You got a good employee, if you wanna keep that good employee, you better treat him right, or somebody else is going to.
How many exempt employees do you think we have, or do you know that?
I have 8.
8, and then there's one more on the third and second floor, so that's 9, the jail. Third floor would be none, because they're elected. First.
IT director.
Oh, yep, okay, so that's 10. And then on the first floor, here's Jared. Bill, but he's already. Yvonne. Scott, Tim, so 19.
19, maybe a quarter of them already at 40.
20 with them on.
Oh, that's right, yep.
Roughly. Is that-
Yeah, then it will George, Phil, Scott.
Jared. Did you count town hall in there?
No, town hall's at 40, so it's 21.
That's 5.
Yeah, so one
So
quarter.
about a quarter.
Oh, and we count Scott and Tim.
Oh, and Tim's at 42?
Yeah.
So 6 out of the 21 are at 40.
So I guess, we first have, I wanna see numbers. We got-
I agree.
Then we have about 3.2% of whatever their wages is. Basically a 3.2% raise. How the hours are already working.
It's gonna take me a little.
Yeah, I don't need it now necessarily, but you know more about how
I
the
think
rates
this is something you should probably put together and bring back to us.
So you want us to move all of exempt employees at 40?
Both ways, shows both ways. At least then we can make a truly informed decision.
both ways versus what's the other way.
We gotta change, should change from the
I mean, well, the people that are accustomed to being paid for 40 hours are down to 38.75, which I don't think is fair either.
No, I don't either, but it's still information to make a truly informed decision.
That'll save the county money, but.
But it
The
loses.
highway administrator, the manager at highway, you can't have the employees at 40 and then the management 38.75, so
No.
those shouldn't even be considered into it. Unless you're gonna change the whole process out there.
No, I get that, Jim, and I'm just saying, give me all the cards,
Right.
you know?
But that one there, I mean, I don't.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Yeah, I think, put the numbers together, bring it back, and let us, so we know what we're looking at. You did the survey, I assume, Ashley?
Okay, yes, let me pull it up for you.
Recently?
This was done in April, I believe.
Of this year.
Yes, I think with the, due date of May 5th or something like that.
Right. Still gotta be to work at 5:30 tomorrow morning or so.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Alright, so I did like a Cliff Notes version, we went over this in the department head meeting as well. So, JA Counter on our behalf sent out a benefits perception survey. It was the second year in a row we did it, and we decided to do it again because we've had a total change in administration, so we wanted to see, where people were at. So, the first line I thought was surprising. Employees found an increase in benefits more important than an increase, in wages. So I think we need to really consider that here as we move into insurance renewal time. Employees are looking for a plan that protects against the cost of routine care. Employees would like to see the HSA contribution go back to where it was before it was cut. They value PTO, wages, they'd like to see longevity rewarded, some kind of leave for maternity, and focus and reward healthy lifestyle, and better county communication regarding benefits that are offered. They also showed an additional interest in worksite benefits, which is something that we have asked JA Counter to price out for us, and Jamie and I will have a meeting with them probably later this month about that. Employer paid life insurance and genetic testing, which is something that's kind of on the forefront of medical care. Like Annette Gratzinger was just describing, she had that done, and they can, the genetic testing can tell you what you're predisposed to. Very interesting stuff.
If we don't wanna find out.
Right, and I'm someone who wouldn't wanna find out.
Exactly.
Yeah, some people do.
Something we wanna know.
There's
Exactly.
not a lot of interest in our FSA, so Jamie and I have talked about maybe just discontinuing that. I think we have one person currently. So that might be a potential cost savings there that we could reapply elsewhere. And there was a question that we asked JA Counter to ask. Would you rather see an increase in the HSA contribution, or would you rather see the county pay part of the dental premium? And the majority of the staff would rather see that HSA contribution go up again. So that was good to know. And then a lot of employees, don't like how high our deductible is. So we had JA Counter benchmark for us, and when they looked at our deductible with our HSA contribution, we are actually in line with benchmark, and our employees' annual contribution and our net deductible is actually better than benchmark. We have a very generous HSA contribution. So, in looking at the total picture, we're actually pretty much right in line with other public entities.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to bring this to your attention. These are the, I can send you the actual survey document. It's quite a few pages long. There are some other questions about on a scale of cold to hot, how do you think we're doing on this stuff? There's interesting data there too, but I wanted you to be aware of the kind of highlights of the survey, because we'll be bringing insurance options to you here within the next couple of months, just so you can see where our staff is at and why Jamie and I are gonna be proposing what we're proposing. And that I think looking at least adding a second option with a lower deductible is well worth it in terms of retention and recruitment. But there will be a cost to it.
Did you look at year-over-year shifts in the survey?
We did not.
In the FSA?
In the survey results.
Oh.
I think putting that HSA back up is a common thread. But again, I wasn't here when that happened, so I don't know why that was cut so drastically.
I was there in that meeting when it happened, and you were too, right? And I think it was discussed that insurance premiums were going up and that they were only gonna set it there for so many years and then take it down to where it is currently.
Oh.
Some of the people talked about it or got thinking about it, it's gonna get to the plateau in the end. On one this morning, we was talking about that. Actually, last week on the team.
HSA is a big deal in our department.
It is for everybody.
That was
You probably feel in a lot better.
answer that question for
Told me a few times.
6750.
Actually, last morning, you were.
Only a 4,000.
Did you have the numbers standardized anyways, Jamie?
The what?
guys divisible by 12 or something?
Oh,
Yeah, that'd
oh,
be
when we
really nice.
proposed the increases, yeah, last year. Be nice.
So yeah,
Like
something,
166.
something to think about, just, you know, I don't think we'll budgetarily be able to do an HSA increase and offer a low deductible plan, so just planting the seed there.
Any questions for the survey that was done?
You get any,
other?
Exactly, yeah.
any feedback from anybody where the insurance is kind of going?
Where what?
The insurance premiums are kind of going?
We're not, Barron County is looking at a 6.5% increase. I think, JA Counter told us to budget for what, 7%, Jamie?
7 to 9, I think.
7 to 9, yeah. We won't get our increase renewal rates until September.
People must be talking somewhere around the counties, you know, to get some idea what's going on.
I think around 7% is what most counties are expecting.
Beat that back to zero again?
Oh, try. Yeah, I don't think they'll let us do 2 years in a row of 0%, but always worth asking.
Any further questions on the survey? Wage grid procedure.
Okay, so we touched on this, a little while ago. So we are in budget season. Jamie sent out the budget docs and we're trying to fill them out, but we have not yet established how we're gonna move employees through the grid. So, the former HR manager had proposed, pay for performance. So, I reached out to other county administrators on that, and the feedback was not great. That's just very hard to do in public sector, very hard. Because of course, most managers are, if on a scale of 1 to 3, most managers are gonna give their staff a 3. Well, a 3 means, you know, a 5% increase. Well, we can't do a 5% increase across the board, so then we end up changing course because we can't afford the wage increases. So most counties just do 1 year, 1 step, 1 year, 2 steps, something just across the board like that.
Any numbers on any of that?
Yeah, so I have a spreadsheet put together. So you guys tell me what number you want me to plug in, and I can tell you how much it's gonna.
So one increase in 1 step is 1.25%.
So regardless of, you know, if we just keep wages the same, for next year, we're going to have, based on the increased rates for, what we're projecting for workers' comp, WRS, and then we're gonna have 2 extra working days in 2024, so that'll build a $77,000 increase over, what our 2023 costs are expected to be. So I have a spreadsheet put in, so if I say, if it's gonna be a 1.25% increase, if we just move people one step and we don't increase the scale, the increased cost, total cost of wages would be $167,405.18 for general employees. But again, that includes that $77,000 because of the additional working days. So if I take that out, then it's a $90,000 increase. That's, you know, the net effect of the 1.25%.
Every spend's about $90,000.
Yeah.
No, it's gonna go up a little bit because in reality, because your percentage is gonna go up.
Yeah, maybe, but.
Well, the other problem we
That's
have
just
is
for
we
general.
have to absorb the raise that was given last spring into the 2024 budget. I mean, we had that in contingency, budget aside, but that's gotta get absorbed into the whole budget going forward. That's give or take 500.
And then I guess what the survey just said, you might want more put on HSA and stuff like that.
Exactly, yeah.
Which I wouldn't, because that's tax-free money, so it's, you can have that if I would put some limitations, but.
the employees are chopping at the bit to figure out how to move them.
Yeah, they are.
Just saying.
Well, the way you can do a performance is that, say if you had a 1, 2, 3, it'd be up to the department head to make it average 2, so if an average employee is 2, he has to have his whole department average at 2. It's making it really tough for them, right?
Yeah.
So I'm assuming the department head does not have to do that.
I think the key thing goes back to the opening statement, is from a department head standpoint, is honesty. Is what employees are a 1, 2, or 3. And that's difficult, but that's management. Is you'd have to determine who is just coming in and sailing through the day.
Well, and so that speaks to us being in the public sector. That would also be public knowledge then,
Correct.
who's a 1, 2, or 3. So this is why this is so difficult to base it off of
But if you're not
performance.
doing a correction plan or some form of employment modification for somebody that's, but the job description says come to work and do X, Y, Z, they come to work and do X, Y, Z, that's not a plan of correction.
Right.
They're doing what they do. But then how do you reward somebody that comes in and kills it? You know, how do you measure that? There's a lot of things there.
It's a two-edged sword.
Performance evaluation is important too. There's a fair amount of people that ask about that too. I don't do performance evaluations.
In all fairness, we wouldn't even be able to do that this year, because you really need a whole year of performance evaluations to make that call.
Mm-hmm.
But really, if that's where we want to go, we'd have to think about that for the next year. Which it sounds like.
Jamie, jump way in, you sit on finance here. But I think to make any decision on this, I think, number one, actually, I would like to know what is the percentage that would prefer more of their HSA versus a wage increase.
Well, I can't give you those exact numbers. Only some of the staff took the survey. I mean, I've got the results, the exact results of the survey, but not everyone participated
And not everyone is eligible for an HSA.
that took the survey, right?
So what was the participation rate, do you know?
We got 91 responses and it was sent out to all employees.
About 50% or so, all full-time employees.
I would say,
40.
yeah.
That's really too bad, because, you know, I would've thought that a message would've went out to the employees that we did use that last time to some point to try to guide us.
Right, that's
We
why
weren't
have
able to
it in there.
fulfill everything, but I personally was listening. And saw the graphs from Jay Counter, and I like to see that, and I like to see response back from employees. But can't listen if they don't speak.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, breaking it down further, 87 regular full-time employees took the survey. 4 of our survey respondents were not eligible for benefits. And the majority of the responses were from married people with dependent children.
Those are fake medical bills for HSA.
Well, and then, are you eligible for coverage under your spouse's health plan benefit? 40 said no, 25 said yes. I'll send out, the department heads have the PDF too, I'll send it to you guys as well. There's some interesting stuff in there. No one really cares about pet insurance, which,
Some people as their kid, you know.
yeah.
Probably not very many. They don't care about pet insurance.
You know, kind of, exactly.
The other option is to come up with 2 different proposals and on a vote. Those who choose to vote on it. We'll have to have a budget number. We can always come up with a couple different scenarios.
You know, to be honest with you, actually, this is an unanswerable question to us, because no matter what we say, it's all gonna be dependent on finance anyhow.
Well, I think if you give them a proposal at least, I mean, we have to figure out how we're gonna give raises next year. So, I mean, if you send something to finance and they say, no, nope, we can't afford it, try again. At least we're moving the process along.
We do percentages, how much we'd rather see in benefits versus wages. Cause we don't know, we would never know what our parameters are.
And I guess that's my question is would you go without a raise and do something more on the benefit side? Considering there was a large raise, grid was moved into place in March. Or, cause I honestly think, and Jim, you're glaring at me, so.
No, I'm just listening.
They say it's gonna come down to finance, but I don't think the money is there to do both. Give a raise and to add the benefits. I don't know that, cause I don't sit on finance, but that would be.
That's what we ran into last year.
Yeah.
We visited both.
You can choose.
We had a very mixed response come back, if I remember correctly, last year.
And some will respond and say, well, why did you do the grid then? I mean, there'll be that contingency is what's the significance of the grid?
But the flip side, they said they surveyed.
That they'd prefer an increase in benefits over an increase in wages. I mean, that's why we do these surveys.
Mm-hmm.
And the benefits are all tax-free, so you get more bang for their buck.
Common sense for everybody.
Never.
We try to spend one way or the other.
And like I said earlier, my honest concern right now, I mean, I could vote for something in here, but that, I'm just gonna say right now, it doesn't mean when I get to finance and it comes up in front and I see the numbers, my vote may very well change. When it comes to balancing the budget out, just being honest.
No, and I get that, that's kind of why I'm asking the question.
I'm a little concerned until I see the numbers of how we're gonna absolve the raise we gave last spring, going into 24. I'm not saying it can't be done, but I need to see those numbers before I can say one way or another.
What's the difference been on the bottom with the people who want these raises, they're coming in now, they keep talking like we've been talking all night.
What is,
Increases.
an
We needed to do something, I mean, last year, but now we gotta live through it.
what is a 1.25% increase? What's that dollar amount?
Yeah, well, hold on, I gotta hold. Here, just do it.
No, I mean, what,
Like per person?
per year, times the hours, what would that amount to if somebody making
70-some thousand
26
total.
bucks an hour got a 1.25% increase? Is that $500 a year? Is it $700?
So that would be the average. $1,131.12.
Okay. Which is taxable, and the reason I'm asking this question is, are you better off to forego a raise and put the $700 that the employee would get into the HSA? Is that gonna be better for them?
I would say no, because not every employee is eligible for an HSA. They have to be covered under our health insurance plan and not be covered under another, like, traditional health insurance plan. So I think if you put it to vote, that they would say, well, I'd rather have the wages because that's gonna benefit more of the employees.
I would tend to agree with what she said.
No, put that way, I get it, yeah.
Or otherwise, you're gonna end up, there's gonna be so much money, period, and you're gonna end up trying to split that, and then if you throw a little dab towards HSA, then you're gonna have employees, I think. An employee can tell me differently, but, I mean, I would think I'd rather have it in my paycheck and be able to put it where I want it.
Cause you could give them another $1,000 and they could choose to make $1,000 contribution out of their paycheck into their HSA, and then it's still tax free to them. It's still
And that
tax
would be pre-tax, yeah, pre-tax, yeah.
Pre-tax. They would have to be pre-tax like that.
So then it'd be more of a benefit for them if they chose to do it that way.
And I do have the numbers put together for the salary if you want that today or what I see.
Throw it out there, yes.
Okay, so the cost, the annual cost to increase the exempt employees that are at 38.75 up to 40 would be $41,900.
half the rates we were just talking about.
So that's, I mean, that factors in too, we talked about.
60%.
Yeah.
More on call time, more, I mean, so it's all coming from the same pot of money, so we divvy that up. But then I think on that survey, there's other insurances that maybe are low hanging fruit, I don't know. Usually dental seems pretty cheap, but I don't know. That maybe is worth looking at too, and seeing if adding some of them or covering some of that, maybe we can, I mean, obviously can't get everything, but if we can get some low hanging fruit.
But most people said they.
That would fly in the face of what the survey results were though. It was like 87-3 who wanted dental premium and who wants their HSA bumped back up. Yeah, that was pretty clear cut answer there.
Was the and what was the result on the question on pay versus HSA?
Here, let me pull it back up. It's one of those temperature bars.
Well, she's doing that. You said there were 6 out of 20 employees that were on 40 hours versus 38.75.
6 out of 20.
Actually, it's 22.
And how many of those?
Yeah, I did, but.
How many of those 6 are in highway? Would be 4 employees this would affect.
Could raise the question too, why is highway on 40-hour week and everybody else is on a 38.75?
Personally, I think the department has spent the same hours as employees.
But with, like in my department, I don't work the same hours because I have county board and other meetings that are in the evening.
Such as tonight.
Mm-hmm.
But the pleasure of getting to work with county comforts.
You can't discount that.
That's the awesome part about being on salary, isn't it, Jamie? Welcome to my world.
Okay.
It's 40 or 50 is still the same.
So here's the key. So reds and oranges are disagree, blues are agree. And then it's gonna be the second one down here.
Trying to hide part of it from us, or?
Trade rate.
So more people disagreed with that. They would rather see an increase in their benefits than an increase in their wages. And you know, this isn't a 50-50, it's pretty clearly warm.
60-40 or, yeah.
Well, and then scrolling down here, this one speaks even higher. I would rather have less generous benefit coverage than have to pay more. So many people disagreed with that statement. So if we do offer a traditional health plan, there will be a gigantic impact to premiums coming out of employees' checks, but the results of the survey show that they're okay with that. I mean, it will be an impact to the county as well.
The next one down, that's what we should look at.
Which one?
Healthy habits and lifestyle should be rewarded by my employer.
Yeah.
So that one, that probably could have as big of a financial impact. Like, I think that, you have a pedometer, or use your phone now. I don't know how other people have gym memberships, but there's different things you can do that won't be. That's.
Trying to try
I
something.
believe I actually get a discount for like health insurance companies too, if they have healthier people that are covering.
People that do gym membership are equal $30 towards that.
Yep, we tried that once too.
I have 2 people in our department that I think split it $30. You get $30 a month?
It's like half of the reimbursed.
Half of the yearly cost, right? Something.
Monthly, yeah, $30 a month.
It got to the point where they didn't hardly go though.
What's that?
A lot of them didn't hardly go though at the end, they dropped off.
I know we had it where you had to do like different things.
Signed up and
Those tests and different things, and then we got some kind of reward. I think they got a discount on insurance too, so I don't know. Using the top of insurance companies and do stuff like that, if they do stuff like that, where. I suppose if everybody came out really unhealthy, they wouldn't give you a discount, but.
Go back up just a little bit there. Benefits are an important part of my compensation.
The majority agreed with that statement.
Yeah, an overwhelming large majority.
That one is interesting, that I'd be willing to contribute more of my own money to improve benefits. Things that are,
I think it was important to me.
most people are saying, no.
So we're saying.
So it's kinda contradictory
It
to.
is very contradictory, yeah.
It's on your pay scale, if you're on the bottom one, you're not taking everything home the way it is. It's kind of, you go to the gas station, you like to buy your get a can of pop too, you know?
I'm assuming you're gonna bring that to finance too, no?
Yeah, the survey, sure, yeah, we can put it on the agenda for, you got me on that? Got it, thank you.
Obviously, I mean, I think last time we showed the full board too. Remember I did.
The problem is, I mean, it's good information, don't get me wrong, but it don't give you a damn bit of good, you can't afford to do nothing with it.
Well, right,
So just
but it's a service from the company that we have contracted, so. The part that, like I said before, that at this point, I've only got a fraction of the employees responding to it.
I'll scroll down to the dental HSA one, but that pie chart is. Oh, and then here, they put in big letters what was important to people. You can see HSA all over the place in this. That was the takeaway from that. Here. I mean, this is very clear answer there.
Yeah, that one, there's no mistake there with the.
Yeah. So just, I mean, I know these are huge, difficult decisions, but we wanted to give you the full picture of, you know, we need to consider if we're gonna give wage increases next year, how we're gonna do it. And also the results of this survey seem to indicate that staff would rather see an improvement in health insurance than a pay increase, so.
Well, that alone might get a little tricky with a 7% increase.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it might be. Plus, that's the polarized one, right, because some people really want it, cause that's why other people don't qualify or have other insurance rates, so they don't get anything.
Right.
I mean, if we don't move people up on the scale, I think that's gonna cause a lot of grief too.
That's what I'm saying.
Because otherwise, we're always gonna be bottom heavy if we don't ever move up.
And like you said, they can always play if they're down on the bottom, you know, it means more you to get it.
I think the best course of action in this deal, I was thinking that you solidified it when you just said that, is that it would be one bump on the wage rate would be wage increase. That's gonna start to get us off at the bottom, new employees come in and they're starting at the bottom, that's gonna start the separation. The longevity.
Here's the other piece of it, did you mention adjusting the scale? Because that scale is gonna be updated.
Right, Okay, so a lot of counties also apply a COLA to their wage grid, so the wage grid is a fluid thing. So if we keep it as it is, in 10 years from now, we're in the same mess, cause we never advanced the scale. Some counties do it every year, some counties do it every other year. It's just policy set by the board. So if you don't wanna do it for 2024, then it would be something we should really strongly consider for 2025.
I agree with Terry, I think we need to try to move it on, for sure, or we're just, yeah.
If we don't do a COLA, then we move people to the grid faster.
Right, when our grid's outdated and then
We're in the same.
we really don't wanna have to do another
Then
wage
10
study.
years down the road, we take a $2 million hit again by doing this again, yeah.
We talked about that, too. If you don't have any money to pay anybody, they don't apply.
Trouble is, not everybody understands that. I get your point, I mean, I do. But it's theirs, only what's there.
Like Ashley said, if we don't do a COLA this year, then commit to it for next year. This year, focus on getting people down the grid further.
Right.
Next year, try to keep up with inflation.
So is it possible to do 2 steps? Or, I'm just thinking like, 1 step, on our 21 step scale, there's a lot of people that are at step 1.
I think that comes down to the budget, right? I mean, I don't know where we stand,
I mean, it's substantially because you're gonna keep in 24, what, 470 or 80,000 that hit in March. Come out of contingency, so that's gonna hit plus, would you say another 141, was it?
With the extra days in there.
Yeah. So you're looking at 650,000 that's gonna hit the budget for 24 that wasn't in 23.
I mean, the wage increases were in.
They were in 23.
They were in contingency.
They were in contingency, but from 22 to 24, yes.
Right.
I'm just thinking too, cause if you move 1 step this year, and then we adjust the scale next year, it's not keeping the raises consistent either. Like if say we move 2 steps this year, and then next year we say 1 step and adjust the scale up.
I know what you're saying, I just, again, we don't know, can we afford 1 step, 2 steps, no steps?
Right. 1 to 2 steps and forward in finance.
Carbon credits coming. Yep.
And we're gonna have an increase in shared revenue as well.
Carbon credits are gonna show up before all the trees die. I'm just saying.
What is that?
How much?
In shared revenue, it's 700,
Short a bunch,
40,000. Carbon credits, no idea yet.
A year for shared revenue.
And it'll be dependent on sales tax.
So that was like a 75% increase.
So I mean, if that's the case, we can probably shoot for 2 and see what finance says.
I just think that otherwise,
Most
we
of
don't
it-
wanna get to the point where we say we're gonna adjust the scale up, but nobody's gonna move up a step, cause then we're still gonna be heavy on the bottom.
So for 2, then, if we put on the pay raise maybe, and I know a lot of people don't read their emails, but have an email explain, hey, even though it didn't go on the HSA, you can choose to put on the HSA.
Well,
Get that deduct, right?
send it to finance, but 2, they can only send it back.
But I don't know that we need to make benefits decisions right away, we can see how things shake out there, it's just that how
Is it-
people are gonna move through the scale is what
Yeah,
we were.
but we wanted you to have the full picture of, right, so you didn't go hog wild and say, let's go 5 steps, and then we're like, oh, by the way, we want more in health insurance.
Well, I guess I would entertain a motion to that fact.
To suggest 2 steps to finance in that budget. I make that motion.
Motion's made, is there a second?
Finance guys are awfully quiet.
said, it doesn't mean I'm gonna vote for it later
I will do
on.
the same vote as you, once I see the numbers.
Like I said, maybe they send it back, we don't know, but.
I think it's just two steps, even recommending it. I guess.
There is. Motion seconded, is there any further questions or comments? None being heard, all in favor signify by aye.
Right.
Opposed? A little bit of direction from the back.
I'll probably be the one that says send it back.
Do that just out of spite, so you get a long personnel meeting.
No, but I just got a feeling that I'm not gonna be there.
I'm gonna disagree with you.
Should that be in a resolution at this point, or?
I don't think not yet. I think we
Resolution.
need to get insurance, a better handle on insurance costs.
Resolution.
Right, but usually the wage increases.
Well, we know we're gonna get hit with an increase in general,
So
but
it
then
didn't-
also add a second plan.
Yeah, okay, that's fine, yeah, just.
That's gonna be a lot.
There's just a lot of fluid numbers out there right now that,
Exactly, and maybe we can't do it for 2024, but we really wanna look at it and see if we can do something.
Talk great, get the insurance down.
Yeah.
We should order pizza for that meeting, cause that's gonna be a long one. No, really, we took the results of the survey incredibly seriously, and we asked them to put out an RFP for ancillary services. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that we're gonna throw at you, and yeah.
What do you got for recruitment?
Alright,
Put your mind on something else for a few minutes.
okay, so we are posting for a full-time EMT. We have 2 applicants right now. CJCC coordinator, 2 applicants. Highway worker, 2 LTE. We'd like to hire 2 if possible, and we've got 3 applicants. Jail dispatch, we have 1 applicant right now, and patrol, we have 2 applicants, but I think only 1 is qualified. We're looking to post for the Trails End caretaker, but out of Justice Youth Extension, slight change to the job description there. And possibly looking at adding a second highway worker 1. We did interviews for those. Marty starts on July 17th. Maggie has started in our environmental health specialist role, and Abby started in our disability benefits specialist role. And we are interviewing 3 applicants for CLTS next week, and I will be interviewing 1 applicant for our tourism intern next week as well.
Resource manager's posted.
And I just posted human resources manager, yes.
Work.
Any
Yep.
questions? Anybody want 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Close.
I just took 5.
Go grab some snacks.
Did you say you? I know, but it's budget season.
I know.
We need some direction here.
didn't we start at 5?
Huh?
Didn't we start at 5?
3.
Check. Maybe somebody else might have forgot. Been so long.
Uh-huh.
This table needs a little.
It's always been this way, so it's very, if it was kind of, it's gonna hurt.
It's all loose.
It's like this way.
Yeah, it does have a lot of movement that way.
So then my question.
I guess that way.
Hey, property. Can't you take this and somewhere else with it, like senior